Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better.
Oh, there we go. So, start of the winter, we cleared a message board. This is going to be hard to get through this season. There's not much to do on it. I had a bit of time in the last 2 days and I did some of the stuff. Some of the stuff down on, let's say, at the other inn, and some of the decorating. It's going to take forever to decorate this. Right, okay. Let's do the message board first anyway. You see that I collect all this junk already. It's been yesterday since I played this, so... Yeah, definitely. Oh, hi Corin. Absolutely, and thanks for stopping in. I hope you've been well. I hope you have a good rest. And you too, I hope you have a great day. I hope everything is, it's okay with you. I hope you've been doing well. Well, kind of going between this and No Man's Sky, they did a massive update for the settlements, but you know, they messed it up a lot. So trying to figure out the bugs. There's a ton of bugs. It's had one patch and it's still not working properly. They're a great company, but they're forever messing things up. Just tired. Yeah, I can't blame you, you know, if you're too tired. Sometimes it's all I can do just to come home for these few hours. Although I do push it with 6, to be honest. You know. Now let me get something to drink. But the weather here is atrocious. It's it's well after 1 AM, and humidity is about, I'm guessing, probably around 94%. Yeah, it's brutal. Lack of sleep will do that, you know, alright. Plus, it doesn't give, you know, when you haven't got enough sleep, you've got no motivation to do anything, really. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. And you too. And thanks for lurking, Corin. Appreciate it. Take care, be well, be safe, Corin. Bye. Now, I suppose I better get a nicotine hit. It's about the only thing I have left these days. Right, let's do this. Well, I have to take her... Oh, sugar. That's because I keep switching between games. The controls. You know what I mean? Keep forgetting the controls. So I have to get through 3 days in this, and all we've really got to do is the boards. Oh, hang on. We'll check and see if any of the... I don't think there would be, would there? No. No quests. Pity. There is at least 1 or 2 more if I can get them to come out. Oh, we'll check to the seasons anyway. I wonder do the NPC vendors die in this? Well, possible, I suppose. My god, I am melting. I've got all the windows open, nice cross breeze. And even at that, it's still way, way, way too humid. Now, Festival of Stew. What's that one? 25 stew. 135. A couple of badgers. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. I suppose we'll take their money here.
Hail, friend.
Okay. Let's get rid of the junk. Oh, I got 4 more stalls up as well. So that will take care of some of the rubbish from me. Oh. Okay. While I was building as well, I did make a few adjustments. No hunger, no thirst, nothing to distract me. So let's fix that again. Yeah, let's just fix that. Restore default settings. Now, I'll go back up to building limits. That one there. I'll go down to length of season. Fix that. And I have been playing with unlimited carry weight. I think I've done my time. And fast crafting. That's it. That's as far as I'm willing to take it, and only after I did my time, you know. That's it. That should do it. Yeah, some of the projects took a long time to do, and the last thing I needed to do when I was working it out was running for food and water every 5 seconds. Unlimited carry weight, fast crafting. Yeah. Okay. Too much stuff to haul around.
Hello
Now.
there.
Right. I really find a decent
Take care.
use for the eggs. It's all that 2 kitchens can do to keep up with that one hunting hut.
How are you?
Where was I?
Goodbye.
1, 2, 3. Welcome. It was nice seeing you. Hello. Have a nice day.
Just a couple more vendors. I think I'll be able to buy some of the junk here just to get these out of the way.
How can I help you?
I might be running a bit low on some of them anyway. For some reason I always buy these. Fishing spears. Oh my. There.
Have a nice day.
Now, let me see these quests. Oh, I have to go back to make that. We'll go back for. I think we'll go back for all of them. Yeah, we will. We'll just take their money. Need to get some of that junk out anyway. The last thing I need to do is be, buying more.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, hi, Wolf. Not too bad, not too bad. The humidity here is something to behold. It must be close to 100 by now. I've been kind of suffering all day. I have zero heating on in the house. It's 1:30 a.m. All windows open. Got a couple of fans on. And still it's kind of hard to tolerate. So, what's it like with you, Wolf? Nice. Yeah, it's still, well, it's not exactly cold, but it's a little bit chilly outside, but it still hasn't stopped the humidity. This is one weird country where you can burn it up and freeze at the same time. Hard to explain. You'd have to, witness it for yourself. Nice. It's been ages since I was at a barbecue, actually. But as many barbecues as I've been to, Wolf, I've not been to one where they could actually cook a decent burger. I'd say, it'd be way different in the States. It's more a thing there to do decent barbecues. Nice. Okay, what have I got? 130. That's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Oh yeah, the flour. Never a problem when you got the flour. Nice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's more... Well, to be honest, it's only within the past 20, 25 years I've seen that kind of barbecue thing take off. And even then, it's few and far between. It's the kind of strange weather we have, really, Yeah, I've never seen anyone to cook a decent burger. A lot got to do with the quality of the stuff you get as well. And they tend to use those, those disposable grills. The ones that you just use one time. And I think they put a strange taste from the food, Okay. This guy here, isn't it?
How are you?
There's 6 is enough for us to work with.
Price is so low, you do.
There.
Have a good
Right,
day.
let's fill these orders. 3 long tables, all the food. Nice. Yeah. The barbecues here tend to be, more maybe half a dozen people or so. Not so big. But yeah, it seems to be more of a custom really in the US. And I'm partial to a decent barbecue. It's a nice change sometimes,
Hello there.
Now, okay, let's grab the junk for this guy. He wants oat and blah, and we can get the guys on the way down. So, wheat grain 135 and 22 limestone. Oh, well, I've definitely got enough. Nice. There's the 135. Now we need limestone. 22 of those guys. So that's 2 of them full. Oh yeah, that was a 14 fertilizer. Oh, trust me, we've got enough of that. There's 10,000 fertilizer there I need to get rid of somehow. That's just from the pigs. 14. Yeah, it's all over here in a box. Look at that. 10,700 fertilizer, oh my god. Right. That one. That one. Oh, the badgers. What's this? 25 stew. Let's see if we got enough junk to make that. It's a pity most of the food is just turning to rot, carrots and cabbage and stuff. I suppose I can get rid of some of this now once I... Yeah, that's what I'll do. Where am I going? Kitchen. 25 stew. Come on now.
No worries.
Yeah, I made a good few adjustments in this. I'll show them in a minute. Where's the stew? Yeah, 25, isn't it? Oh, sugar.
The way it was hot is through
It must be the wooden bowls, I'd say. Let me see. I think I might need to make some more. I used a lot with the decorating. No, we've got the wooden bowls. Oh, the meat, of course. So 22, we need 44 meat. Okay, looks like we're going hunting. Well, we're going hunting for the badgers anyway. Right, let's go hunting. I see one of my pieces of outfit. I'll make one in a moment. So we need 44 meat. Yeah, the kitchens use it up straight away. There's like 200 meat a day or something, 250 coming in. Okay, badgers. We need to kill some time in this season anyway. Now, I wonder if I use the bow on the first guy. With a bit of luck, the other guy won't move. No, he's moved. Nah, he's done a runner. Well, that's 2 out of 7 anyway. Sometimes anywhere from 2 to 4 will spawn here. It's usually one or the other. Mostly 4. I think we might have to hunt something else. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's it. 2 this time as well. Okay, where's the rest of the badgers? Okay, we have no choice. We might as well do this. We need the meat anyway. We'll get to spring as quickly as possible. And then I'll show the little additions I made. The decorating thing is going to take forever. It's kind of like Oblivion, where you can shift the stuff around but you can't raise it up. But much harder to place stuff than Oblivion was. I'll definitely get the meat down here. We'll go for the soft touches. Okay, maybe a deer. Ah, croc. Really need a bit of practice at this. I thought that was a clean shot. Okay, we'll go for the big guy. No. Ah, he's down. He's down. Oh, we're really here for the badgers, aren't we? That's a fox. No, I need the axe here because these guys, I can't really see them properly in here. There's one. No, fox. Waste of time. I hate looking for them in here, you know, that's a waste of time. Whatever, I'll go somewhere else. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't spawn. But apparently this is the spot. Hang on, it's a bit further here. Yeah, around here. Nah, not a hope. Oh, hang on, there they are. Hello. Yeah, get that other guy. Well, we're halfway there on the badgers anyway. Oh, I told you. No. No. And the bow itself is not that accurate, unless you're really, really close. What you need to do with something like that is aim big and miss small. Not exactly the most accurate thing. Oh, there's another one, guys. There's another one. Is that another one? Or is that a fox? Oh, it's a badger. Come here, I want you. It's a badger. Oh, that's about 5 of them anyway. And hi to you. How have you been? This is just something I do because you're stuck in every season for 3 in-game days. So, 24 hours, to be honest, it's more like 40 minutes. It's about a second and 3/4, I think, for every minute. Yeah, I kind of timed it. So, you know, you sleep at night at 7, I think up at 7, so about 25 minutes. So in any season, if you're lucky, you'll get out, well, you'll get out in about an hour and a half anyway. Either way, maybe less, maybe an hour, maybe 80 minutes. The badgers, yeah. I always keep getting quests for badgers, crows, pigeons, silly stuff. Not once, except one story quest, I got to hunt a deer. And that's it. Yeah. Oh, hi Terry. Hope you've been well. A knee. Oh, that can be really painful. Especially when you need to get around as well. Yeah, I'm not too bad. The heat here is a little dodgy, to be honest. Well, not exactly heat, the humidity. But been tired a lot lately, and my left foot, right foot, has been giving me problems. But I can deal with it. It's not too bad, you know. Kind of burning sensation, but it's just the blood flow, you know. Typical. You know, if you've got blood pressure problems. Worst day ever. My. But yeah, pretty decent day. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Oh, that's a fox. Now let me see. I suppose I'll hit for the other guys. We might as well get that badger thing out of the way. Yeah. I noticed some more badgers around here somewhere. Where's the other badgers? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Huh. Okay, I know there's badgers. Oh, we'll get the badgers up the other side. It's not a biggie. I just wanted to take them out now. Okay, I'll go where I know where there's some. Should be somewhere around there. They are, right there. Yeah. Okay. Let's get out of here, guys. My TV broke. Aw. Oh, it's was it the 13th? Yeah, I think it was. Didn't even notice. But that's just kind of like a really made up thing. It gained traction back in the Middle Ages, actually. I think it was in the 12th or early 13th century. And that Friday, the 13th, was unlucky, and it was about the ambush on a Knights Templar. That's where that one came around. And then obviously the movie, you know. You know, the movie kind of made it, you know. But basically the Templars, they started off as monks. And they would always go on pilgrimages to the Holy Land. But sometimes the pilgrims would be attacked by bandits, so they did the kind of training and stuff, you know. They started to. Well, the Templars were only invited in from really high-born families. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. The humidity here is much higher, but the temperature would be a bit lower. Well, it's pretty usual here. Yeah. But yeah, they kind of formed their own kind of army and that. Then when they went to the Holy Lands, they even elected their own Templar king. And because they were from wealthy families and that, and the riches that they got from there, they became a bit of a problem for the monarchy. They were seen as a threat. So the king, I forget who it was at the time, well, he knew he couldn't. They were a bit powerful, so he couldn't attack them head on. So what he did was, you know, they were branched out in every country and that. So he did a kind of coordinated attack at exactly the same day. So, you know, they couldn't warn each other. You know, stuff like luring small parties of them away and assassinating and that kind of stuff. So yeah, they pretty much finished them that way. And that attack was done on... Oh, I know it was late in the year. It was autumn. I forget when it was. Maybe September or October. Or August. It might have been August. But I think it might have been the mid-1300s. I'm not sure. I forget my history. And that's where this Friday the 13th... Well, it was unlucky for the Templars. That's where I came from, I think. But you can Google that. I know I'm a bit shady about the date, but... I know it was late in the year. I think it was in the fall. It was Friday the 13th. I think it might have been somewhere in the mid 1300s. Yeah, mid to late 1300s. Okay, how much meat have we got? We need 44 to finish the other thing. 28. Okay, we'll see if we can... Yeah, we need to sleep anyway. That's what we'll do. We'll sleep because we'll have to kill some time, regardless. Well, I managed to get a tiny little settlement done eventually. It's a tight squeeze, but we'll have to do. Ah, we gotta do some decorating in there eventually.
Move on.
Friday the 13th. Yeah, before you could join that order, your ancestry was checked. No, but there was I did hear a storm warning on the radio. I was going to the shop and there's a 3-day storm warning for thunderstorms. But to be honest, we rarely get them here in the Midlands, Terry. I would say we might get one every 2 to 3 years. That would last about 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah, so not much here. Oh, the seasons, yeah. And then I've done a lot on the settlement as well. But the winter, it's pretty bland in the winter, you know. Once we get to spring, I'll show you what I've been doing here. The whole thing looks kind of drab this time of year. Okay, we better do a run because I'll tell you why, there's a ton of wolves up here. And I don't have the patience to be killing them, so we'll make a run for it. But I think we just need 2 more badgers.
Let's go.
Oh, my original horse died, Wolf. That was kind of sad. But he managed to live for 3 decades. But the original mare wench, I think she was 27 and a quarter. So it's kind of, you know, anywhere after 25, I think. There. I want to keep away from these wolves. I don't have the time and patience for those guys, and we don't need them. Oh, I see one there. See him? There he is there. Now, I wonder if... And there's another guy down there, just... Let's see if I can get him. I gotta make sure the other guys don't make a run for it. I think one more is all we need. There's the original guys. They had kids. They're all, I think the oldest of them are 24. And it's starting on the 3rd generation, but nobody has died yet. I think there was a couple of marriages once I sorted it out. So in a season or 2, there'll be the 3rd generation. Yeah. But you couldn't really call that even the 2nd generation till at least, if one of the original guys died off. And I think when I started playing this, it should be shortly, I think we picked up someone from a quest and they were quite old. I think they were like 29 or something like that. Yeah, there's like there's almost 120 of them there now. But it's running itself. You know, basically. I have to help out here and there because I didn't fine-tune it enough. I'm overproducing a lot of stuff. It is, in the game, yeah. Because, you know, if you want to, the seasons can go pretty quick. I'd usually pick them up in their late teens, very early 20s. Especially it takes so long as well to improve their stats, you know. He was way off, that guy, wasn't he? The rest of them should be down here somewhere. Ah, sugar. Bandits. Okay, we don't want to mess with bandits. Okay, where's that other badger? Oh, I'm always here and on YouTube, Terry. I'm never far away. There he is. Nice of you to... That's it. Here, we'll take him as well, because we might need the meat. Right, we need 44 meat as well, and then we're good. When we get out of this winter season, which should be shortly enough, it's the best time to look at the settlement in the spring, you know, when everything is growing. Now, I can't remember who the other guy is. It doesn't really matter, I'll kill something. It's weird. Yeah, they should glow at a different colour, but there he is. They do. Just a bit far away. There's another one down there. Okay, I suppose we'll go for the other badger. Seeing that he's so cheeky. Cheeky badger. Now, let's see if we got enough meat. Doubted. Oh, hang on, we're pretty close to this town. I suppose we can, yeah. We can visit this town while we're here. Yeah, we'll get this out and we can get the carriage back. So, what do we like from meat? What did I say? 44. 41, okay. We maybe get a couple of rabbits on the way down, we'll be good. Speaking of rabbits. Okay, that will give us 2 meat. I think 1 more. Yeah. Okay, we might settle for a fox. Actually, a bird will do as well. And we get 2 meat from a bird. Ah, there's the fox. You'll have to do. That's it, that's our 44 meat. Right, let's sell some of this junk. We'll go back, we'll make the stew. We'll get rid of these quests and... I don't know, the kills... I don't think there's any quests here in this season. You know, we've been hitting the quests kind of hard, haven't we? Oh, thank God that music has stopped. Right.
How is life?
I need to get this started. getting rid of that junk. Okay.
Goodbye. 642. How are you?
Let's just say we've got a lot of wine.
See you around. Wait.
Okay, we need to drink and eat as well, I think. There.
Where was I?
Now there's only one more NPC here. We'll hit back and we'll get rid of that stew. Then straight to the main town and in those quests. And then we've just 2 villages to raid. And then we're done here. Then we'll try and look for something to do to wait out the other day and a half or so. Okay, where's that? Where's that fishing dude? Oh, he sleeps there and he should be... You're kidding me. Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay.
How is life treating?
Yeah, I have that left over from summer.
See you around.
Right, we are done here. Let's get back and do this too. There should be cooking stations in these villages, to be honest. But there is not. Oh yeah, where's that? Here. Yeah, we'll get a lift straight back. Better call in our horse as well.
How do you do?
Yeah, we've done tree stews, so we need another 22. I don't know if I've got enough wooden bows. I think we have, just about. Yeah, there's the new stalls in here. It doesn't look much now. Still needs a bit of work. That looks much better in the spring. Still a good bit to do here. I think the decorating is going to take me longer than I thought, to be honest. Well, let's say 22. Ah, it looks nice in the spring. Yeah, it always looks drab in the winter. But the size, it's done now. It's just a matter of, decorating it out. There's no more extensions, There's a few little walls that I might consider putting in here and there in the center to sort things out, but yeah, that's about it now. 25, we got the oats, we got the fertilizer, we killed the badgers. Yeah, that's it. Right, let's do this. Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't have been so neat, except you can see it from the map. So that kind of kept me in check. I would have getting it neat enough, but, I think the map lines are almost as important as how it looks. You know what I mean? That was not easy to do. Yeah, not easy to do at all. But it's a biggie. And in the quest, 2 villages, and what's this? This is the second day, isn't it, guys? Didn't we sleep? Yeah, that's nice. So basically, if we can get to this evening, sleep, and then we've only got 7 p.m. tomorrow, we can get out of the season right into the spring. And it'll be almost time to sleep by the time we get back from the other 2 villages. I can't do any of the decorating with this snow. Can't visualize it, or can't really see what I'm doing. It kind of went that way, to be honest. The ground, you can't build everywhere. And the ground was a bit iffy. But as long as you start placing your centre houses, you know, in line with the fields, you're pretty okay. You'll get a decent map line. You see, you can rotate the houses and everything else, but you can't rotate the fields. They go in one direction, that's set. You know, end of story. It's kind of like with Valheim, you know, when you're digging those trenches. Only one direction for the trenches.
Move on.
It's all kind of a grid. But we basically started from, well, where was it? Ah, come on. Yeah, this is where I started, from here. These 4 houses. And then a straight line down and a huge orchard. I wanted that to be the centre of my settlement. Well, it's almost centre. To be honest, I didn't expect to come out this far. I thought I would get away with something like this. You know? That piece there. But it started to balloon after a while. And now we've got this. But that's definitely as far as we can go. We pushed it as far as we can go. Yeah. Exactly. You see, when you're stuck to build a house, you've got to move out a bit. And if the ground is too high, it looks horrible. It goes up on stilts. So, you know, prime locations were for the houses. Actually, ironically enough, the orchard got the best of the land, but it needed to be centered. That needed to be centered, you know. Okay, where's this guy? There he is.
How do you do?
But about, I thought, you know, 2/3 that size was the biggest I'd be going, but
See you soon. How do you do?
The taxes got lower.
Goodbye.
Not sure why, but
well, that's about all I could squeeze in there anyway.
How do you do?
I'd make you mine.
Goodbye.
And there's 1 in the stone, so there's still 2 left.
How is life treating you? Have a good day. How can I help you? Goodbye.
That's it, we're done with our quests. Wasn't too bad. We did get the badger hunting quest, but that's not too bad. As long as they don't hit me with crow hunting and pigeon hunting, that's stupid. I wouldn't mind seeing some deer hunting or something like that, but for some reason they don't do it. Okay, just 2 villages. We've already done 1. And then we should have enough time to get some sleep, and then we'll have to kill some time for about 15 minutes till we get through that day. Might as well spend it here selling this junk. Oh, hang on, let's check our production here. Yeah, the kitchen farming. Yeah, well, they're always running out of fertilizer. I'll have to tune that down a bit. And what does production need? Yeah, and they're always running out of mead. That's kind of cool. In the winter, the bees don't produce as much honey. I have it fine-tuned. You know, let's say. The other 3 seasons is okay, which makes sense. Yeah, that's normal.
I'm told for this.
But probably next season we'll see the first part, first, third
How can I
generation.
help you?
And remember,
Show me your wares. Okay. Where did I get the wheat beer? Oh, that was from, must have been a reward.
Good luck.
Right, 3 more vendors.
how? Take care.
Now, where's that pig lady? There she is. And then we have the herbalist.
How do you do?
Right, one more, one village, and then we're out.
I hope our king is going to reign as long as possible. But usually the best ones live short.
How do you do?
That's it,
So
okay.
long.
Right, one more village, guys.
We learn from road signs.
Oh yeah, we'll have a quick check at the map as well, but I haven't seen a quest in ages. There was one while I was spinning through the seasons there when I was doing a bit of decorating over the last 2 days. Now, you see that? That's one of our guys, actually. That one there. He's probably going out to one of these mines. I think I've got a mine out here. I think that's one of our guys. Yeah, you see it there, and there are 2 there. I don't know, it might take a couple of there. I'd prefer to get the side quests, to be honest. Well, we'll see. We'll have 15-20 minutes anyway, shortly, to kill. That'd be the time to look into that, I suppose.
Hello!
Right, this is the last guy.
Oh,
Now this is where I get rid of all the perishables. Oh, I want to meet ourselves, don't we? Yeah, we have a ton of clay.
have a good
We
day.
could stand to get rid of some of that clay.
How can I help?
Oh yeah, when I get these guys fishing spears. Let's see, 1.4. That'll do.
Care.
Now one last NPC and then we're back. We're pretty much done then.
Hey!
Except the game won't let us fast forward till tomorrow evening. Okay, where is that lady? Okay, she ain't down here anyway. She's probably up with that chicken lady, is she?
Better
There she
don't
is.
come close to a hen house at night. Chickens recently. How can I help?
Wrong one. We got 8. There, that's it. That's all we can take from these guys.
My way is never
Right.
goodbye.
Let's get home. Oh yeah, we'll pick up the other quests as well. They're not really worth doing because, you know, they're just stuff for reputation and that. They don't go into that list.
Every village is a bit different. How can I help you?
We'll dump off this junk as well. Well, oh yeah, there was 2 cold spawn as well. I'll have a look at them shortly. There's the fishing spears. The apples. Oh, I want those. Yeah, might need them for something. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll hold those. Now get rid of the meat and those that present thing. So it will allow us to sleep in a moment. And all we've got to do is get the sleeping time the next day and we can get out of here. Don't let them cook it up. Oh, this guy needs a pants, is it? Now is the time. No, basic trousers he needs, okay. Let's give him a basic trousers. There. There, we're good. The problem is filling up large areas here. There's nothing really, only the haystacks you can use. And that can be overused a lot too. There, we are good. Now, how long do we have to wait? Oh my god. Okay, let's start picking up a quest. 2-5, there's about 6 minutes before it will allow us to sleep. And then we have probably another 22 or 23 minutes on the next day. Right, let's save that. We've done all the junk anyway. Let's pick up some of these guys once. It's usually something simple.
How is life treating you?
Can I help you with something? And there's one thing my friend from... Oh my god, we gotta go there. Keeps buying things. He doesn't want me to store them because he blames them. Blah, blah, blah. And that's strange. What's in the package? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so you need me to do... Alright, I'll
See
do
you
it.
soon.
Should have picked that one up already. Let's get the other one as well. We'll do them in the morning. We'll pick up the quests. We should be okay. There, and there's another one back here. I might as well. Ah.
Oh, it's you again.
Help you with something. Bottle of cherry, we have that. Okay.
So long.
Yeah, we can get that one. Cherry bomb 1. I wonder can we make one? I've got some in storage. Just sold off a ton of them. No, okay. We'll just get one from here. I keep 100 of each of these. No, it's too much. In storage. Oh, cherry wine. Cherry, cherry, cherry. There. Let's give that wino her drink.
It's so hot in here, I feel as if I'm about to melt into a
How are you?
Oh, cherry wine. There we go.
Bye.
That's that. There's this one here, and that's a delivery. But then we see another guy going out to the mines. You know, yeah, there it is. There. Well, he'll be back in the morning. We'll get him coming straight out, and that'll be all 3 from here. Although I don't think they repeat. If they don't repeat, I don't mind doing them, to be honest. To see if I can clear them all up. But that one, I think that delivery job, I think I've done that before. Or got it and then loaded up because I didn't want to do it. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see if this guy was we have a good 20 minutes in the morning tomorrow on this game to kill. Spring will be ideal. We'll just go to the message board, take them out quick, and then we can take as long as we want to. Looking around and see what we need to do. Oh, still a good bit. I might actually go out to that guy and pick up his quest. I think he's at one of the mines. I might even meet him on the way back. Where is he? That's gotta be a mine. Let me see. Yeah, it's a mine. It does, yeah. Sorry, I missed that one. So this is my little family here. Oh, they should show up here. Yeah, I did that to get the achievement out of it. You see that pink thing? That's your wife, and there's another one in a kind of a light green, and that's the kid. You're only allowed to have one. There it is in light white, for some reason. The other NPCs. Yeah, there he is.
How are you doing?
Yeah, he's almost 18. I'll soon be able to use that character. Put this guy into retirement. The wife is there somewhere as well. Yeah, there she is.
How's your day going, my love?
Have a good day.
Yeah, but you're only allowed to have one kid. So maybe the large 4-bedroom house is a bit much. But still. Now, this guy will be actually making his way back now. Yeah, he'll be making his way back. Yeah, we'll go meet him. Yeah, but the thing with the NPCs having their own families, I thought that was genius. And it's not, really stupid. But they don't mess about, Yeah, well, you should be able to have 2 just like the other NPCs, but you'd only need 1 to carry on in your dynasty, and I suppose having 2 might be a bit iffy. I can imagine, they'll have to have that NPC so you could easily switch over, I'd say, the software on that would be a little bit more complicated than the other guys. So having 2 might be a bit much. I can understand why they did 1. Yeah. But you can have a kind of, yeah, I see what you're saying. You'll never have a town where everyone is related to you. Yeah, you'll be kind of stuck on that. Mm. Yeah, but it's not just that. I'm imagining that NPC, because it's your son in the game, you'll be able to switch to that, from your other character. So there would be obviously more work on that character. You know, you wouldn't be able to switch to, let's say, any of the villagers. So I'm guessing they didn't want to go into that. I could see where a few bugs might creep in there as well. But that's the way to do it. You know, too many moving parts can cause a lot of bugs. It's like if I'm ever buying a power tool. Let's say if you're looking for, a decent saw or, electric hammer or something like that. You'd never buy a tool, a multi-purpose one. You'd buy something exactly for that job. One tool for one job. And, if you need, let's say, a 12-volt power drill, you'd get an 18-volt. You'd always go over and above. You need something that's just designed to do one job. Lasts a lot longer and it doesn't give you as much problems. It's like when those silly, do you know those DVD TVs came out? They were horrible. Yeah. When anything happened with the DVD player, the TV was pretty much useless. No, one tool, one job. That's the way it should be. Although having said that, I have a multi-purpose. My God, I haven't used it for about 12 years since I retired. I've got a large, I think it's steel, German make, hedge trimming thing. But you can put attachments on it. It was quite handy. If you're doing 6 or 8 foot hedges, you don't need a ladder and just, come along with this. It's a pole saw, yeah. That was expensive, and that was 12 years ago. That was about $1. That's been about $1,800 for that thing. I'd say it's ridiculously expensive now. Although when it came to saws, I've always kind of preferred Husqvarna. Although the German brand, Still, I think it's pronounced Still, they're pretty decent. I've never heard of those, yeah. But you know what? I think it's overpriced and overrated. And that's DeWalt. The ones we get here are very weak, I've always preferred using Makita. They're way stronger. But probably the stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they're quite good. Do you remember the old Husqvarna? Well, Husqvarna, there was another brand as well. I think they've discontinued them. What were they called? Do you know who used to do an unbelievable impact drill? If you can get one really old, they did them in the 70s and 80s. You can get one now. I had one reconditioned. They're unbelievable. It was Hitachi. They did a really old impact driver. Yeah, I think I gave it to the brother after. I don't know, it's probably steel or still, isn't it pronounced? Yeah, I'm not sure. The problem with DeWalt is there's too many gimmicks on them. Attachment for lights. And having said that, I've got a ton of them. I haven't even used them, I think. Got to the stage where I couldn't go into a store without buying something. Yeah, not so good now. I remember using them in the early 2000s. They're okay, not as good as they used to be. I think the last of the good ones was in the 80s. Right, where's this other guy? Looking for that miner. Where is he? The guy with the quest. Where is it? You might as well pick it up. Huh. Yeah, he's still up there. Are you kidding me? Oh, he's on his way down. Right, we'll get him in the morning. We'll sleep. He'll be back by morning. I have, honestly, I think I've got about 3 or 4 of them in the shed. One is like, it's in a suitcase, got a little light and that stuff. I think that's only a 12 volt. You won't be using them much. But they're okay, I suppose, for what they are, you know. Oh, hi, Mac. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Mac? Hi, Phoenix. And how have you been? Hi, Grandmaster. Yeah, we're doing this medieval Dynasty thing. We're stuck in the winter here, and we're trying to find something to do to run the season, the 3-day season out. We've got rid of the quests and that. So I've done about, I'd say about 90% of this settlement. But the last 10% is probably going to take the longest. It's got to do with decorating. But this is what it looks like on the map. Here. And that's what we call it. That's in Gaelic, but the English translation means far from home. So that's our little settlement. It's cramped, but it will have to do. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Shoulders, probably pub muscle or something. Yeah, probably something as simple as that, sound like. Now let's get that. Let's get that other one. I wanted to collect this one on the way as well. Where is it? Yeah, did we get this one already? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. There he is down here. It's one of the miners. Oh, we're just doing this to kill time. So you're just standing around and let the clock run out?
Don't eat the yellow snow.
Okay. Was he inside the mine? No, we missed him. We passed him.
New buildings spring up like mushrooms.
Okay. No, he's actually making a run for it. He's down here.
Once I met a guy who kept saying words all
I love heroes, but I don't want to be one.
Okay, I can't find this guy. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how long it took to do the decorating in here. Okay, hang on now for 1 second. I'm right on him, he's in here. I can't see him properly with all the junk I have. Unbelievable, isn't it? That's the problem with putting this much rubbish in here.
Some people don't like the smell of fish. I could eat them all the time. Hey, hand me a fish wine and I'll give it a try.
Come on. I think we'll have to leave it so, you know, I can't see which one of
I
these.
should bring my relatives over. Oh,
Maybe
it's
not
you
because
again.
I'm
Goodbye. How can I help? Have a good day.
Hello there.
Oh, there she is. Got her. I got her. Alright. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they want me to build torches.
Another day.
Take care.
Yeah, we'll do that one here. We'll just build them and then we'll destroy them. And lightning. Yeah, these things are repeatable, but what can we do? Yeah.
I wish. wish I had a significant other as well.
Right, let's get this one over with and then we'll do that delivery for that guy. Oh, sugar. We got the linen thread, we got
I love
stone.
heroes, but I
Got
don't
the,
want to.
oh, we haven't got sticks. How many does it need? One. So I'd need at least 6. Okay, we've been using those up pretty hard. There, that should do it. 6 of these. That's it. Right. Let's go back. Oh, sugar, where is she now? There she is.
Grandpa used to say, when nothing hurts you, you're dead.
Oh, it's you again. See you around.
That's it. Grand. Right, let's take these out. Perfect. Now we've got one more quest. We're trying to get through to spring. Once I get this place looking okay again, I can carry on with the decorating and we'll do the quests from the message board. But I've set all of this, well, I've set the season to maximum, so it gives me as much time as I need really on these. Now, okay. Package deal. Okay. We can actually take the wagon for this one. We just need to get to the main town. I've got large areas like this that are very, very Spartan. The only real thing you can use is the haystacks, to be honest. So it looks like we're going to have a ton of haystacks. Well, I suppose it is a farm. I sneezed so hard just to pull some. That can happen actually, yeah. Especially if your back has been kind of sore and tender if you're recovering from an injury. Mm. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you've probably pulled a muscle or trapped a nerve or something.
Giddy up.
But that's common enough. But for something like that, your back was probably a bit tender anyway, you know? Yeah, he did say that place, didn't he? It's next village over.
Hello there.
Yeah, that one. Oh, we've even done the 3 silly quests from the settlement, so... Yeah, he's here alright. And we just literally talked to him for some reason.
If you didn't
I
work
think we're
hard,
delivering him something. I wouldn't even consider doing these. But we've got nothing else to do for the season. Where is this guy? Yeah, there he is.
Hello there. Goodbye.
That's it. Now we gotta back and talk to that guy and then we're done. I know we have probably about 10 minutes left in this season. I don't know, maybe we do a bit of hunting or something.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
how are you? Take care.
That's that. Done. Yep. Okay, let's see how long we need to wait. Oh, sugar. So... That's a good bit, isn't it? Let me see. Well, each minute is like a second and a half, so it's about 90, 100 seconds to the hour. So talking about a good a good 15 minutes. Yeah, it's not exactly a second. It's a bit longer. I guess about a second and a half. Okay, we need to drink and get some food. I suppose we do a little bit of hunting. Linen thread. We must be getting that as a reward, did we? Yeah, we need to collect some food anyway. Let's drop it off. Okay. That's that part. We got rid of all the quests we have. Pretty much. We've got a unbelievable amount of reputation. 171,500. Ridiculous, isn't it? Pretty good, Momo. And you, how have you been? How's life been treating you? Right. What did I say? We'd probably have to do a bit of hunting to get this time out. But once it gets to 7, it's what? It's not even noon. Yeah, once it gets to 7, we're okay. So we'll cut it out with a bit of hunting, I suppose. Not that we need to, but what else can we do? But once spring comes in, once I can see this ground properly, yeah, we'll have plenty to do. Oh, well that's not bad, keeping busy. Personally, I always used to kind of like keeping busy. Yeah, and then you get a day or two off and you can wind down. Yeah, makes it worthwhile, doesn't it? I'm glad to have you here too, Momo. Yeah, I used to do a lot of hours, and then, you know, Saturday evening I'd start to get a break till Monday morning, and I really valued that time. I don't know, okay. We'll give it a try, why not? These guys will probably do us a lot of damage, but let's give it a shot. I'll tell you what we'll do. I haven't tried my armor for a long time. The bow is not the greatest when you're taking on 3 or 4 of these guys. Once they start to rush you. Let's have a little bit of fun with these guys. I will probably freeze to that, so we'll have to be quick with this one. Okay, we are going to freeze. Right, hopefully we won't die on this. Yeah, oh, you'll definitely get a bit of burnout, you know, when you're doing some long hours. Yeah, quite normal. Yeah, hopefully. Hello. Now, I need to be able to get these guys one at a time. Keeping the archers off me over. Okay. See, that's the problem there, isn't it? Uh-oh. The archer. Gonna have to rush the archer here now. Yeah, I never run a straight line for an archer, I can tell you. And good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day. Take care, Terry. Bye. Oh, what's our health like? Oh, not too bad. Oh, that crossbow guy, he does a lot of damage. Yeah? Oh, we got them all, did we? We did! We did good. Let's call in our horsey. We'll change clothing before we die of cold. Yeah, definitely a good investment, that armor. There we go. Oh, okay. There we go. We're back. We were gone. We were doing a bit of streaking there for a moment. Now, let's collect our junk. I'll keep some of the weapons for the challenges coming up. We'll certainly be making them. Let's see. Just killing time here. More than anything. Okie dokie. Now, that bowman I took out here. Oh, I see he's got some soup. Now, I remember where everything is here. There's not a lot left, to be honest. Sometimes you get some junk in here. Here it is. That one there. Oh, we really don't even need this one. We're just killing time. That one. Now, usually there's 0 in here, but sometimes you can get a nice haul. Even weapons sometimes. Nah. Not every time. That's it, guys. I think that's everything. Yeah, okay, that's the end of that bandit camp. Oh. That's actually from the last time I think I was here. Huh. Yeah, the bronze. That's it. We're done. Now, what were we doing here? We were doing some hunting, weren't we? I don't want to really mess with those wolves, but... I don't know, let's see. This is not a good plan, really, to be messing with these guys. I don't know, did that even hit? Didn't even hit. Didn't even hit. Kidding me. That's what I'm telling you about that bow. You really want to be close up with that bow. That's ridiculous. That is really stupid. Where did I thought I looted all the... Yeah, the stuff kind of rolls downhill as well when they drop it. Okay, we got everyone now. That was a waste of 2 hours, really, wasn't it? Now, they usually travel in trays. So I'd say their buddies are around here somewhere. We won't go looking for them especially. Okay, let's make our way back. I think we're good. We'll just fix up this guy when he gets back, and we should be able to get out of this season. Now we'll get into spring. All we've got to do is the message board, but we'll take our time with that and tend to stay in that season for a bit because it's spring is actually the best time to build.
Onward!
Everything is in bloom. Now some of these I want.
Onward!
Some of the challenges, the crossbows and spears. Really. Maybe then. Yeah, that's about it, really. Oh yeah, I want to look at the 2 colts as well. I don't think they're old enough yet. I'll have a quick look at them. I don't even think any of them is... even one. Well, it still says colt anyway, so we can't use them until it says stallion. I think that's how it works. Okay. Yeah, maybe when he gets to 1. Definitely next season, probably. Yeah, the 2 originals died. That's actually the foal from the 2 originals. That's stallion. These guys here are just like the NPCs there. Well, I don't even have 3rd generation NPCs yet. Should get that the next season, probably. Okay, which of this junk do we need to keep? None of it, actually. Oh yeah, one of the bows. No, the rest is for selling. That's it. Let me see, did we get anything else interesting? Oh, that will be sold. It's a pity you can't get the NPCs to wear different clothes. And that would be a bit much for a game like this, to be honest. Yeah, get something done with the meat. Oh yeah, get rid of that. Yeah, that's good. Squirrel away them. Oh, hang on. I need 7 of these. Where are you? Oh, I'm wrong. We need 9. There. Okay. That's about it. We need to collect some food and get some more on the way out, and then we're good. We're all ready for the next season. And we'll have a look and we'll see if we can make any more improvements to this. Well, there's still a few areas that need to be done, to be honest. Yeah, you can have that. Now, there. Get something to drink and we're good. Yeah, we can wear this elite padded armor for all 3 seasons except summer. You'll get away maybe for the first day of summer, but then, yeah, it's not worth it. What did I say? Water. Yeah, we'll get some here. We'll leave that guy working. Now, let's hope we can get through now. Okay, still about 5 minutes, guys. Okay. Yeah, still about 5 minutes. This wouldn't be such a problem. Hang on, are we short of anything? Not really. No. Sticks. Yeah, okay. Short of sticks. Grab a few of those. Okay, why not? These disappear every season anyway, so it doesn't make much of a difference taking them. And if we have to go a few minutes, it might as well be replenishing our little supply. I mostly use those for the field fencing. But you know, you use some too on the copper or that bronze knife thing the NPCs are selling, but like a huge stockpile of those built up. Yeah, ridiculous stockpile. I've got 4 vendors just selling them alone. It will take them 20 years to sell that stockpile. Probably. About 20 years to sell that junk off. So I've stopped all production of that. I don't know, we're probably time to go now, is it? Yeah, we just clear a few of these. I tried torches and things around here and they look kind of horrible. I'll see you later. Well, this will work out like Valheim. The torches have that flame and are extremely hard on performance. If you start littering those things all over the place. And just like Valheim, the torches, they don't show a lot of light unless you're really close up. You know? So they're not really worth the hassle. That should be enough, I'd say. Yeah, that should do it. Right, we're good. I'll put these into storage and then we'll get through the spring. I'll show you the all the things I've done. A few carts out here and some haystacks, a few barrels and sacks. That's all you can really do with this. This, however, I know I've got far too much produce coming in, but I could conceivably get one row of I could get some more crops in here, but that's the problem. I don't really want more crops. I can't do with what I have. Well, give no orders and you'll just get that planted. Maybe. Yeah. Trees would be the way to go, to be honest. And I don't want to. I've got 10 of the stalls up, and they can't deal with the produce. So maybe the trees. Yeah, what's a few more apples and pears. We'll check out and we'll see which trees would probably. To be honest, you'd want the pear ones. Yeah, something big. We'll see. As long as I don't have to take out any of the existing trees, I think we'll be okay. We'll see if I can work around that, but that will be our first project. I've gone to great pains to save as many of these trees as possible. I think I've only took out 7, and 5 of them would have been just the birch, you know, very, very skimpy. Yeah, we got those 150 sticks pretty quick, didn't we? Right, we'll definitely be able to wait now. Right, straight to spring, guys. Oh yeah, this character's kid might be, and actually be grown by spring as well. I'd say we'll have to find him a job, won't we? What did I want in farming? Oh, they're always looking for more. I better tune down that fertilizer, you know that? Well, winter, so the bees don't produce a lot of honey, so... Yeah, that's not too bad, that's normal. Right, let's save this. Now we'll try and get to this season without any bad stuff coming up. Right, come on now. No bad stuff. We should get our 3rd generation bird as well. No, this is brutal. Oh. Oh, that would do. Yeah, that would do. Look like we don't have the money. Animal birds. We got a chick. Oh, the second generation horses died. Well, okay. Oh, no problem. Well, basically, I want to start doing most of the decorating now. And then in between that, we'll be doing the message board and bits of quests and stuff. Just messing around, mostly. See if I can come up with some new ideas. There's not a lot of stuff I can use to really, to cover large areas, especially when you can't do buildings. And then if you do buildings, you need people. It's pity on this that, you couldn't put the animals in without the buildings, on some of these. Or if when you had the building in, they would spread out a bit, but they tend to kind of, hang around the stable or fold a lot. So, putting them in a large area is not going to work. But mostly doing the decorating and, breaking it up with a little bit of questing from the board. And keeping an eye out as well for there's a few more of the story quests, but they only come up a certain season at a certain time, so I'll have to be on the lookout for those. We were ignoring them more through the game because we hadn't time. Now we have time. They're kind of getting hard to find. Yeah, okay, so, right. There we go. Now let's check our kid. Let's see what age he is. Let's see if he's still 17. Let's see if we can get the ball and chain out of him.
How do you do?
No, he's 18, guys. We have to put him to work.
Goodbye.
Well, yeah, you can tell from there anyway. Oh, farming or extraction, it doesn't really make a difference. Have we got any room in farming? Oh, we have no room in farming. Okay, extraction it is. I'm gonna send my own kid to the mine. How cruel is that? Well, it might as well be this mine. Okay, Hubert. There we go. That's everyone done. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I've set the seasons to this on max, which is it's good because after 3 days, if you want to, then you can skip to the other season. Now, just order this guy to do the repairs, and I know we've got to do the message board, but we'll take our time with that. I'll get to that in a little moment. I keep forgetting this. This is not automatic. There. Now I'll have a quick run over production. We'll see. That's okay. That's just mostly some repairs and stuff. I don't think we're running out of anything. That's always fertilizer with this guy. Yeah, just repairs. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we're good. Oh, I wonder did we get... That's a pity we didn't get another challenge. Yeah. One moment, we get this off the map. There we go. Okay, well, let's see if we can get... Well, all we can do is wait it out. I think it's autumn. The quest we missed. Now, let's save this. There, we're successfully into this season. Yep. Okay, so... This is what I've been doing for the last 2 days whenever I could get time. The little stuff like this, you know, the wicker basket, stone on that. And down here outside the mine, but I still need a lot more junk in here. Copper, tin, all that stuff, limestone. Added a few lights here and there, but I've got to be strategic about those. If you start plastering this place with lights, it's going to be horrible. No, I don't know. Can you get debt in this one? I have. Oh no, that's the taxes. I can't pay them till the end of the year. Yeah, that's the taxes. Yeah, I've got. Oh, sorry, this is spring, isn't it? Yeah, I'll be paying it this year. That's just the taxes. Where is it? That will be in the journal here. Yeah, there it is. Pay taxes. About 15 and a half grand. Yeah, that's about right. The settlement makes about that in a day, even less. Yeah, there's a huge amount of money coming out of this. Like I've got probably 2 million in the chest because I was bugging out the game. Once you get to, I think, 2.1 million, it starts another stack and uses that. It told me I had no money. Yeah. Told me I had no money, so I had to get rid of it into the trunk. Yeah, but it's about 15k. I've got 4 guys doing bronze knives. You know, and they're bringing in... Oh, they're bringing in lots and lots of money. Ridiculous amount of money. I'll have to, and I've turned the production down twice, I'll have to do it again. So, I have to do something with that area as well, but you wouldn't believe how long it took. Yeah, I remember I said we were going to do this, so I fenced it off. It took forever to place these, and that was horrible. Placing them.
All right then. Keep your. I hope our king is going to reign as long as possible. But usually, the best ones.
Could do it a little bit more here and there, I suppose. Now you see this? This is stupid, because I've turned off. Ah, sugar. I forgot to do it, guys. I forgot to do the end of season change. I cannot believe it. No rotting of the food. Oh, I'm not going back over this. It took me forever to fill those baskets. Let me see. I forgot to put it back on. Yeah, because I was doing the decorating. Yeah, 306. We can get out of this. Yeah, we gotta save anyway. Yeah. You've got to turn off the rotting. I've done it for decoration. I forgot to put it back on. Took about 20 minutes to do that basket. There's no way I'm doing it again. Let's have a look. It's lucky I seen it before we did another save. It's only 6 minutes back. It saved me about, oh my god, there was 4 of them. The 2 kitchens and the 2 inns. Well, the meat wouldn't be too hard to do, but the fruit, oh my god, brutal. And not to mention there's food left out on the tables as well. They'd have to be all redone. Let's have a look. We'll make sure it's in place now. Totally forgot about that. I only put it on when I started doing the decorating, so Kind of forgot about it. But it would have taken hours to replace them again. Let me see. Let's get on and check them now. Yeah, the food on the table will rot as well. We don't want that. But here it is here. There it is. That's the one. That's not too bad, even though it applies already had it in place. There it is. Stopped items from spoiling. That's the one. Now let's see. Yeah, that would have been a disaster here. I'd have to redo everything. Yeah, the food is okay. Let me see. Yeah. This one here, this was all over the place, wasn't it? There we go, guys. Yeah, our little fruit basket. No, that all turned to rot. That was dodgy. All right. Okay, let's do this again. Should be okay now. I only put it on well, last season actually. In autumn when I was doing this. There, we're good. We didn't lose any time really. It's lucky I didn't put some more saves in. Okay, we'll go right down to that one. Now let's check it one more time because I'm kind of paranoid now. Yeah, stop drop items from spoiling. There's even hints with that. It comes up, you know, that you can do that if you want to decorate. So I'm comfortable enough for that one. Right, spring again. I'll probably get caught with this now with something stupid. The rat catcher. Well, the way it works for this one is you're losing a lot of stuff. You're better off to just bargain for a lower price. All the other things have, yeah. There, that's the only way out of that. Now, oh, we got a wedding. I see. Working on that third generation. Now let's check it. Now, first of all, we get our guy in, our kid. Let's check the infection on this guy.
Hello there.
Moment. Oh, there's no infection with this guy anymore. Oh, whatever. We'll see if we can switch over and get that achievement in a moment. I wonder... Well, you could die, I suppose, would be a way of doing it. Yeah, we might do that, just to get that achievement out. Yeah, affection is here, 91. Okay, let's put that guy to work. And we'll put him to work here in the mines here. Yeah, he's close to home. That's that. Now let's say... That's it. Okay. Now... We'll order this guy to do the repairs again, so we didn't lose much time. I see the food stall. I'll have to make up some junk for that one. We'll get that one in their own time. Let's check this now and let's see if it's okay.
I don't want to do one anymore.
Yay! You wouldn't believe how long it took to get that basket in place. So there you go. So this is what I've done here, and I suppose I might be able to add a few little bits and pieces. Well, I need a place to spend the pennies, so I suppose this is as good as anywhere. 3 of them here. There's a few more scattered as well. These are something you couldn't just, keep plastering them everywhere. That was a nice spot there, shaded by the trees and kind of out of the way. Couldn't overdo it with the flower thingies either.
All right then. Keep your secrets.
So this took a bit of time because I had to take up these roads and then replace them once that was in. So that's in 1. I'm still working on in 2. I've done a little bit of it. So that and the baskets all over the place. I did some other junk as well. But that took the most time by far. And I managed to go through, I think, 3 or 4 seasons as well. This needs more. And this is my biggest problem here, I suppose. Now with that, I forgot to show you what I did in the kitchen, but basically the same as this. Just a wicker basket full of raw meat. That's the best I could do. And down in the other blacksmith, just another one of these. Again, it takes forever to put them into place. Now, this is another thing I've done here. Kind of making use of this area. But to be honest, 10 stores is enough, Can't really put any more than that in. No. Oh, yeah, you mean the guys outside? You can pretty much just build them onto the side. Those ones are easy. No, that you just craft them on. These ones, you got to throw them into place. It's horrible. They shouldn't even be there. You don't get to build them. You've got to have one in your inventory, and then you literally drop it from your inventory and try and push it into place on this. And then when that's in place, you've got to literally drop the stuff into the basket, so it takes forever to do. But these flower boxes, they're kind of automatic. You just build them in, they're really easy. The flower boxes, yeah. So, a little recreational area here. Now that's the only way you'll get away with these lights, not too many of them, and hide them as much as possible. If I had an item like, do you remember a place anywhere, Tojan, on Fallout 4? I would glitch them on the tree. Hiding as much within the tree as possible. Especially for that. You could hide them within the tree, and you'd just have this part coming out. I suppose on PC you could get a mod to do that.
Remember, I'm not
But it would be extremely helpful. That's the only mod I'd need for this. Maybe some more stuff as well. So 4 more stalls. These guys here are dedicated to selling those knives. And what did I take out anyway? Let me see. I think each of them make 1,200 each. Well, close enough. Yeah, close enough. You've got to, yeah, if you're doing something this big. Yeah, you've got to. Because I've got so much space to deal with. And this is kind of Spartan. Now, you could go with little silly stuff like little gardens and stuff. I'm totally not sold on that, to be honest. But you might need one here. We could line it up perfectly with a wall. We could save some of this as well, I suppose. But all of it would go if I put it in. Oh, the tree. I was saying I would like to be able to push them in a little closer. The lights. You see this here? But on Fallout 4 there used to be a mod called Place Anywhere, where you could literally push that inside the tree. So if I had something like that, I would push it all the way in until only this part here was exposed. That would be nice. It would look a lot neater. Plus, if I had Place Anywhere, I could get these a little tighter on the wall. They're a pain. You see that? I get them a little tighter on the wall. The developers used it. A similar one. I've noticed what they did on the kitchen and the inn. Let's say that they did. And also they've used the plankways. They've used something similar, and they've kind of sunk them into the ground, you know, to make a kind of plank roadway. I can't do that without a mod. So that's what I've done here. Still needs little bits and pieces, which I kind of do it in layers, you know, getting back to it and getting back to it, and then eventually I'll say, yeah, that's it. You know, we're done here. Now here, there's something I'll have to do with this. I will have to stone this area off like I've done here. I'm hoping to go down here, here, obviously keeping in line with this. So, maybe along there, I think we'll just clear the tree. And if that's the case, then most likely on the inside of this tree. Probably a gateway here. I don't know where I'm going to put that gateway actually. Maybe even there and there. No, but definitely. Yeah, it's flat enough for the gateway anyway. Maybe 2 gateways. And then we'll throw something in here. That will be the end of the hard building with walls and junk. Just needs that to kind of line up. You know, going from there to there and in the back. So that needs to be done. This is kind of okay. I suppose I could throw in the odd haystack here and there. As long as I don't take out any of the bushes. And this is all new up here. Well, I think you've seen it on the last stream. So we're literally growing everything here. Now, there's the trees we have a choice of. As I said, they're a bit smallish. So I'm thinking if, just to fill up the space, and trust me, we don't need the food. We go with the pears, I'd say. You know, just a long line of them probably running down here. And that's all you'd need. Center, if we could. Now, if we're going here, we'd have to go center. So, unfortunately, we would have to lose 2 trees. But I can't see any other way out of it, to be honest. I think we could afford to lose 2 in the center, couldn't we? Yeah, probably. Well, that's something that we'd have to consider there. Yeah, I suppose I could put at least 1 light here. And this is just another little thing I put in. I'll see if I can throw some other stuff on that. You know, the usual thing. A couple of wine bottles, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. Yeah, and then a little bit down here. But I'm gonna have to address the large empty areas. That would be my top priority. Well, basically all the fencing, all that junk is in, so we don't have to worry about that. This is the second inn. This place is so big, it definitely needs a second inn. This won't be as sprawling as the other one, obviously. But I'm happy I managed to get that second one in. So this is what we've got on this so far, and you can see here. That was a kind of a job to do, to get that even on the map. So that's why you've got this here.
Once in glow of dawn's light, hearts entwined in fire.
So
The curse marked my home.
I should be able to get a light on this. Yeah, we got one there. So we're talking at best if I could squeeze in 2 tables and 4 benches, and that would be more than enough here. Yeah. The problem is, the land is a little bit... I don't even know if I can do that. Well, if I can't get away with that, I'll just put in benches and stuff, and maybe some kind of fire or something. See, there's an awful tilt. Yeah, I don't know if I can put a table on that. There's a massive tilt on that. There, that's the only way I could fill that one up. Now, I did do something with this. Here. So this is... oh, it's a bit crowded. The bigger one won't be as crowded. So that's about the best I could do with this. You see what I'm saying? All you really have is the haystacks. This would be a good place to roleplay, yeah. You know, being part of a large village. You know, going out and doing your stuff. And this would definitely house a good few players. But this is immaculate. I managed to get this pretty decent. That I'm really happy with. Especially this. You know, bordering it in was okay. But then I got to the stage, obviously, I came the far side of the river, so... you know, I was never going to be able to get a wall across the river. So I said, hang on, I'll try a bridge, and it all depended really on how close I could get it to the bridge, so... that was a nice surprise. That worked out perfectly. So it's totally encased, and you know, that's just to really finish it off to get that one done. So that kind of worked out really good, I think. This is other more crops and stuff, and you know, that kind of thing. But I'll nitpick, you know, we need junk here and any little space like that. Just some. Yeah, it does look. It's not. It doesn't look too kind of premeditated. Yeah. You know, if you start gridding it too much, you're going to be in trouble. Now here again, some bags, some bars, basically hay piles. You know, they do need some more. I'm going to experiment a little bit with those wagon wheels and stuff, and maybe a few shovels, and see if I can kind of stack them up. But it takes a long time. I've still got to put, you know, the basket there and probably fill it with limestone or stone. Yeah, just that kind of stuff. Now, I've done a bit on these. You can see how I've worked with this one. It needs something else. No, these guys give out manure, so I've managed to chuck that stuff in there as well. So these are not too bad. I've even got, well, that is a cow thingy, so we've got that butter churn. I think we have one over here as well. Yeah, I think we have one here. Yeah, that's perfect. Because they give milk, and it would be stupid to put them in with. You're not going to be milking pigs or sheep, so I didn't overdo it. No, that's how I managed to do this. But I'm surprised I got so much of this covered. This I'm not sure, because I won't be able to fence it, at least fully. I suppose I could fence it up to the stream, and I'll check it later if I could get a net across the stream. You know, I might be able to do something with it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. This is something to think about later. There's some large nets as well. I could kind of put them in the background here. But I won't be rushing that one. So mostly decorating now, guys. I've got some real tedious stuff to do. Yeah, this actually turned out pretty decent. My original plan was to go in stone, but that wouldn't work now. Too much fencing. We had problems here with the rock face. So I went with this. And I think it actually suits. You know, having it like that. I'll put a few bars and stacks and junk like that. That should be okay. That's another decoration issue. And little areas like that, we could do something. Now, the problem with here, ideally I would like to, even if it was a wicker fence this in, but that's a no-go, because I'll tell you why. So I'll have to leave this open and just add some junk. Ideally, you might be going with a wicker fence, you know, coming out here, you know, coming down past the tray. You'd probably get it through here. But once you get to here, you're diddly done. Yeah. There's no way of getting up here, so that's out of the question. But that, we could live with that. I'm sure I'll come up with some junk for that. Some junk in here and here. And taking out the trees is a no-go. Now, in these little areas here, maybe put out wash basin, something like that. You know, like they were down at the river, you know, doing some of that junk. See if I can get... I have some cloth in the inventory, wool and linen fabric. Maybe throwing that in the basket like they just did their washing. You know, things like that. We could add there. That's about it. So we'll see how it goes. And here we could just put some more junk. You know. Just to give it that kind of lived-in kind of look, if we could. And as many benches as we can within reason. Still not sure what to do here. Maybe a wicker basket. Would probably work. But that's it, guys. That's everything I've done so far. These are the areas that we've really got to focus on. But probably the trees would be the one to focus on. I don't know how that's going to work. It's going to take me a while to work that one out. So, now that we've got everything out of the way, that's perfect. Yeah, it pretty much runs itself. Okay, what's up with the farming? Oh! What are they out of? Oh, they're out of, well, there's only two things. They're either out of bags or... Okay. They're probably out of sides. Yeah, it's been fun, to be honest. I probably only did this once here. Well, I know I'll only do it once. I still have to visit the valley map. That's all story in a different map, and I have 3 achievements to get. So I'm looking forward to that, but I won't do it straight away. That would be too much of a burnout. About that, yeah. But I've also been decorating when I'm not streaming. So I don't know how many hours I have on this, but quite a few, I'd say. Sides, I'd say. Alright, let's make them up a few. So I kind of do stuff in layers, you know, running over something, and then when I get an idea if something might look good, I'll throw it in, and eventually it gets done. We'll give them a side, or we'll give them that. It doesn't really matter, does it? We've only got 6 sticks. Kidding me? Here, let me see. Okay, we'll give them those. Hang on, let's see. Are we missing something? Is it? It's probably. Oh, it's iron. I've got a ton of it here. It's probably iron. Yeah. Storage was becoming a tiny bit of a problem. There shouldn't be much of a problem now. Right, let's make them up enough so they get off our back. We'll try and make 50 if we can. Just keep them off our back for about 10 years. Or 20 at least, anyway. They put too much weight in. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we'll give them 20. We'll give them 20. It does exactly the same as the other one. It's more expensive, but the NPCs look a bit better with them, to be honest. Apart from that, it doesn't really make a difference. But I think that's what they need. No, I'm not going around to their individual ones, so we'll drop them in this way. Give it a few seconds and we'll wait and see if that was the problem. Yeah, I've been about that. Yeah, I think it was 9 months on Valheim. But with that, it's pretty slow progression, you know. Now let's see. That's it, we're done. No farming. Well, the barn will always need that fertilizer. No resources. They can do a lot. Yeah, I'll have to maybe fine-tune that a little better. And services. Oh yeah, the food stall. We better fix that. That's strange. I thought I had a ton of linen. I must have used it up. Let's see. I don't think I ordered these guys to do the flax.
Hey, I was using
But I have a
that.
small crop of flax every year for this. Well, it's not small anymore. Flax. Oh my god, that's not small. Okay. I'm gonna have to build some open containers to hold most of this junk, you know that? Yeah, that's a ridiculous amount of seed. Now that will give us all the stuff we need. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Right, let's make up some junk. Eventually. Yeah, eventually. I'd like to go back to Valheim when they finish it. Say, that's it, we've got everything done. That's it, we're going no further. That's when I'd like to go back, when everything is in place and finish that game properly. And because it's on Xbox, I'm hoping that they'll give it achievements. And then I'll play it right from the start again. But if I was going back to do it again, I would like to do a kind of community base. Maybe, okay, one big build, right? Some kind of castle thing. Preferably center. And then, you know, where people will come in, a small village, lots of roads, signposts, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. Something like I was doing here. And I kind of worked out the rendering on it as well. I used to know it, so I think I could get away with a lot if I space it up into small villages, you know. That one, however, would take a lot of time. And if you're going to do the village thing, the problem with that is, you know, you'd have to quieten down the animals because, you know, it wouldn't last. So I don't know about a community server. But I'll definitely play it again. You'd want that separately, wouldn't you? I'll definitely play it again when the achievements come. But yeah, I'll definitely be going back to that one. Yeah, when it's taken out of the early access, absolutely. Yes, you've seen the one I did, Tojan, on Valheim, didn't you? You remember my very first base? The one we called Raven Manor. I did a lot to make that stable. I took all the ground away, as far as the rendering could go. That took a long time. I took all that junk away. But it's a huge one, the one with the lighthouse and the large dock. And it's not bad. It can take a lot of hassle. Yeah, that's the one. Then I did another marble kind of gothic, kind of Lord of the Ringsy type one with a big courtyard. That's the one. Then I did the massive warehouse. And then I did that kind of wolf castle. Yeah, that was cool. Spent a good bit of time on that. That was really fun. Would you believe I never posted that yet, guys? I'm gonna have to get in and post it one of the days. But then I got caught up in another game, didn't I? We were pretty much done there anyway, to be honest. Yeah, I like that one. A little smaller than the other ones, but nice spot. What were we doing? Oh yeah, the flax. The flax. The flax. There we go. There's enough linen thread to last us for a decade. Was it? No Man's Sky, yeah. And then No Man's Sky to this. Okay, I think if we make maybe 200 linen. Yeah, we'll make 200 linen. And then we'll put them all in storage. Oh my god, look at that. Okay, we'll make at least 200 linen. I don't want to do more buildings for this. I think I'll wind down production a bit eventually in this. But it takes ages to micromanage it. They messed it up a lot, Tojan. Your original settlement is Banjax now. That one is stuck, and if you try to fast travel back to your original settlement, you'll just wind up in space and die and get spaced. But it did give you a chance to retire from it at least. The auto page or phase or whatever they were called settlements, yeah, they're not bad, but they were heavily bugged. The timer was stuck on those ones. There was an update that kind of seemed to fix that. Now sometimes when you go back, there's a lot of pieces missing and then they eventually come back in. But it will need another update. But your original settlement, you can forget about that. You're as well to retire from that. And, you know, maybe get another one. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs. I mean a ton of them. But the biggest one was, you know, when you used the teleporter to get back to your original settlement, you wind up in some system, I don't know where it was. And you're basically dying in space. I put a good bit of time into it. I nearly had it maxed out. I put a good bit of time into it. And it's kind of nostalgia thing. It was my very first settlement. You know. But yeah, you're probably right. I might have to retire that one. But I could see a lot of people getting kind of ticked off, you know, having to abandon that. But then, if you're the type of person that would play the settlements wouldn't really bother you that much anyway, I suppose. Right. What are we doing? We've got to fix that thing that he can't fix. Once you put them into storage, we'll be able to do it from then. Let's get that one there. We sleep till morning. And we repair. Where are you? There you are. Ta-da! Done. Right, let's put it into storage, sleep, we'll get the message board, we'll take that one out. And then we have all the time we need in the season to do whatever we can. And then when we get too fed up, we'll go to summer, I'd say. But we'll have a look at the big areas. The first thing to get out of the way to plan will be the trade. How much we're willing to sacrifice on that one. There. We are good to go. All we need is to collect the rubbish food in the morning that we want to sell off. But I've got 10 of these. There's a one down here doing herbs. I might actually change your stall to something else to start selling that stupid flour. Because, yeah, I can sell the herbs myself. Yeah, I think I'm better off. We'll do that in the morning. Yeah, I can't blame them. You know, because you know it was so annoying and so hard to get anything done in the settlement. You'd have to wait so long. You'd invest a lot of time, and it was a bit of a challenge to eventually get the break you needed to get the settlers in. And then to see a new system come along that totally destroys what you've already done, leaving it in a way that you've got to abandon that settlement after spending so much time, to a system where it's not so hard. I can understand them being annoyed. If you liked that kind of mechanic in the game. But it is progress, nonetheless. Now that was something we got on a quest. That pillar. Just checking on my doggo there. I think he's having a nightmare. Now. Okay.
With great power comes great responsibility. And the king seems to be doing just fine.
So, let's see where we are on this. We got our water, blah blah blah. Now we need to collect the overflow of food. This one selling herbs is not cutting it at all. I need... we can't sell oats either. What else can she sell? You cannot sell the oats and stuff. That I can understand. Okay, we'll sort that one out in a moment. Oh, I don't think we can sell the flour either. You're kidding me. Let's see. Oh, where's the... Well, obviously you wouldn't be able to sell market stall there. Oh, hang on, we are selling the oats, and yeah, we are. I need to be able to sell the flour, guys. No, it's not here. We can sell logs, stone, iron, clay, leather, blah blah blah. No flour. That is so stupid. Or no flour. Hang on. No. Oh, I could do with selling manure, to be honest. Yeah, there's a ton of that junk. Or, I mean, fertilizer. Limestone, salt, flour. Oh, we can sell the flour. Oh, yeah. We actually can. I want to half it between flour and fertilizer. We'll see if we can get that out. Okay, we'll do that in a moment. On this one, the herb thing is not cutting it. You know, because to get them working at full capacity, they need too much. And it's too little for what they're doing. So I'll sort that out in a moment. We'll have to do without the herb thing. Yeah, who cares? I could get them... But see, the stupid herb thing is seasonal as well, and it's a pain in the backside. Now I've got a guy selling mead as well, so we'll leave that for... Well, okay. I forget what he's selling. I think 7 or 8 a day, so... I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll keep at least 20 mead and 20 oat ale. That's the way we'll work it. Yeah, at any one time that's what we'll do. And that should keep us well ahead of it. And... well, we're selling about 90-ish of these, so... Yeah, okay. We'll get rid of some of this. All we need is 200 of these. More than enough. So we'll take out 90. And we'll get rid of 52 of those, and then we're kind of okay with the excess. Should have seen the excess in this before I got these guys up and running. I still got a problem getting rid of the fertilizer. And the flour. I've got, well, there's so much crops coming in, I have to get rid of them some way. And with the crops, you can't tune them down, if you know what I mean. What you get is what you get. What are we doing here? The fish. Okay, 52. There we go. Now, we're ready in this part of it. So, what did I say? Flour and fertilizer. Yeah, it's a pity I wanted a herb stand. So it'll have to be general store, guys. Do I need the general store? Let me see. Okay, that's food, isn't it? What is this one, anyway? Oh, it's resources. I see. This one is resources. Food and herbs. Okay, we'll do the 2 resources here, guys. So we'll move... What's this? Okay. She at 100%, she is. Okay, what's this? Clothing, isn't it? We'll move the clothing down here, and then we'll be able to get the 2 resources in the center. Now, let's see. Oh, she's still there selling away, so that's not too bad. Oh, that's handy, isn't it? 24 years of living next door to Alice. Okay. The assignments. So 100%, and we're selling the what hoods? What was the hoods again? Let me see. We're selling the fine hood at 100%. Okay. Fine hood, isn't it? I don't want to make more buildings to make more of this stuff. Fine hood. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, I'm going to be down here somewhere. There it is. Fine hood. Now, 100%. There. Yeah, she's making 1180 as well, are they? Okay, that's done. And out of the way. Yeah. Now, we said we need another resources, guys. So let's see what this guy is selling. Oh, oh, absolutely. I have to be able to sell off that flax as well, guys. That's getting to be a major problem. I really need more of these. I don't know if I'll find a nice spot. Maybe somewhere else. I might get in another 2 to 4. Well, we'll think about it. So, fertilizer, isn't it? Well, I don't think we can sell fertilizer, can we? Oh, there's still a lot of other stuff we can sell. Oh, we can. There's fertilizer. And what was the other one? I wouldn't mind getting rid of flax, but... what was the other one we needed to sell? Goodness gracious. Flour. That's right, flour. Fertilizer and flour. There. 50% each on those. Ooh, that's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, okay. We'll give him a shot anyway. We'll give him a shot. So they also what? Oh no, that's 295. That's a lot. What about these guys? 295. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that. They'll bring in what? That seems to be about as much as they'll get at 1180 for level 10. Yeah, okay. That would do. We've got nearly 11,000 thrown to one side anyway. Right, that's done. We just get some water. Get some food for this guy. And I put some of that fertilizer back into that thing, and then away we go. And dump off some of this junk as well. There. Oh, I see I've got some rot as well. I'll have to get rid of that junk myself. We'll do that later. I better start selling off these mushrooms, guys. They're a bit of a problem. There. And that's the flour. What do we like with flour anyway? Yeah, you see what I mean? It just keeps pouring in. Now where's that fertilizer? There it is there, 10,700. That'll definitely have enough. Oh, I want to check the weight as well, see if we can handle this. What are we up to now? It's not bad. Those guys selling those extra knives, they'll have to be changed around eventually. It's just I've got a stockpile of knives. Here, there's about 4,000 there, and I think I've got about 5 or 6 of them there. Where are they? Yeah, once they're... Yeah, they were just piling up since the game started. Yeah, that's it. We're good. Now let's see. I think that would work. Farming. Yeah, I might have to change this down a bit. I'll go into the seasoning thing a little later. So, I think that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. I can live with that one. Right. We're pretty much ready to go. So we collect the stuff from the message board. Get it over as quickly as possible. And then we get back here and we get some work done. Our main thing to do is this here. That one. And then that one. I'm tempted to run a wall here, guys. I'm very, 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 very tempted. But how would that work out? It's not going to work out too good, I'd say. To run it down to here. And if you keep it close to the road, map-wise, it might look up. Nah, we'll give it a shot later. We'll see what it looks like. Oh, hi, Gazoo. Oh, nice. And thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And how have you been, Gazoo? Not too bad, not too bad. I hope you're doing well also. Right, let's do this, guys. So we gotta do our usual little thing. So as much of this junk as possible. Do the quests. Oh yeah, and check for see when this is available. Oh, that's just to pay the taxes. Doesn't seem to be any other ones available. Pity. I know there's a few. Oh, we lost a horse as well, didn't we? It's not too bad because... Yeah, we still got a mare and stallion. They're still colts. Yeah, I think they've got to be like 1.5 or 2, isn't it, before you can use them. Oh, that's good, and I'm happy for you. Nice. Yeah, that's good. And congrats, of course. But that's what it's about. It doesn't even matter about the view count or how many views you get. Just if it makes you happy. It's always worth doing. But getting a lot of views on something would be a nice validation. You know, absolutely. I would have seen amount of settlers there. Yeah, massive troop of them every morning going to the mines. But I must say I've enjoyed this game. Can be grindy at times. Yeah, I'm looking for a black horse. Unless some of these guys die off. They seem to be pretty rare. Yeah, we'll leave you there with your buddies. Yeah? Oh, Fallout 4, that was fun. I really hate what they did to that game because I find it very hard to tolerate now with the kind of micro stutters in the game. Really kills the game. But I'm hoping that they'll someday fix it. I needed a break from it for a while. But I will eventually go back. But when I do go back, I'd like to go back on PC where there's, you know, some decent stuff to build with, maybe. Don't kick the bucket. Above the water, 15. 7 large baskets. We'll buy those here. Yes. And we do that one as well. Okay, let's sell this when we buy all the junk. So, pretty easy season.
Hello.
Now, I want to get rid of this junk that we got from that bandit camp. And we'll start clearing out this rubbish. I'm not... Oh yeah, I'm not using a recurve bow. What's going on there? Okay, I'm not using an iron dagger. Okay, I think that's that one. I might be able to do some decorating with it. It's a pity, isn't it? The hand lanterns you use, they burn out, so... You know, when you drop them, obviously they're not turned on. It's a pity. That would have been a lovely lighting system. You know, if it wasn't. Yes, that's what you need to do. I've seen some really good, pretty decent short videos going absolutely nowhere. And it's such a pity. The algorithm is messed up. You know, people will say, well, obviously, there's a short attention span on YouTube. So when it comes to gaming, just under the 15 minutes seems to be the way. It takes a few things into account, but to be honest, I think it can be slightly rigged. Well, not for me. Nobody's going to watch 7-hour videos, but I'm saying for other creators to have some good content, and if it's about something that's maybe a little touchy, or if it's, let's say if it's something about, certain things that's going on that the owners of that platform are kind of against, they tend to really, dig into that a lot. They won't ban it, but they'll make sure that nobody sees it. So them saying that the algorithm is absolutely random and it takes accounts like likes and views and stuff like that into account, well, that's just a part of it. I think it's kind of rigged. But it does work sometimes. You can just get lucky, and it's a kind of catch-22 situation on YouTube. If you want to grow really big, if that's your thing. You can't grow until you get them to advertise you properly. And you can't get them to advertise you properly. But if you can get lucky with the right video, and the algorithm as well, it's total Vegas, that algorithm. And if you get enough views and likes, and if you can kind of bank on that and follow up with kind of similar stuff and get a lot of engagement, the more that happens, the more the algorithm will kind of pick you out, and you'll grow from there. But you just need that one break.
Wants to see my wares?
And it doesn't matter how good or how bad. That's the strange thing about it. Let's say if you did a really, really great AI song, but I suppose taste in that is, subjective. But let's say it's really good. Let's say it's an 8 out of 10, and that went nowhere. Someone could make something a 5 out of 10, hit the algorithm, and grow exponentially, from that. So it can be a bit iffy like that. We'll sell those. Why would I need those anyway? There. Now, how many milker baskets do we want to take out for this guy? No, it's strange. I've been watching other stuff. I've seen some small creators. I'd watched some stuff got to do with gaming and that. And there's some really good. There's one channel in particular that doesn't get the views that it deserves. It gets a lot, but not what it deserves compared to other channels. And it's called Bellular News. And basically, he gives you the kind of things that's coming up in the laws in gaming, and all of this is all checkable, 100% fact. There's no criticizing games, and that he does, tend to, be a bit sarcastic about what the game companies are doing, but that's pretty normal. And this guy is by no ways a shiv in any sense, stuff like that. They can get suppressed a little bit. But, those ones are quite good. But anyone that would be familiar with social media and platforms, especially if they have a platform themselves, you kind of see it for what it is. Nice, that sounds cool. Now let me get something to drink. And we'll get this one done, and then we'll get back to the settlement and see if we can get those last pieces in. Like all settlements, you think you're done with the placing of stuff, and then you come across an empty space. You have a look at it, and then you say, well, that's the best way forward. Nice, nice.
Hello there.
Right, let's start getting rid of this junk. That's all we'll be doing, just getting rid of this junk as much as we can. Yeah, we're not using any more dye anymore, so it's harder to get rid of this stuff. We've pretty much done all the building. All the buildings.
Take care!
Well, we should be through this one quick enough.
How do you do?
Yeah, this junk here. Oh, that stupid pear wine. I've got so much of that stuff. It's ridiculous.
Good luck.
Now,
How are you?
with this lady here, I think we've got enough for the bags. These are the only things I'm buying because it's unbelievable the setup you need to make these spears. You need guys doing the linen. You need guys. Well, you need the woodshed, the blacksmiths, and the sewing hut. All three of those are working to get those done. So I just buy them from here because I'm doing the junk and make them up myself. Ties up too many workers.
So long.
Right, 2 more NPCs. Now, how many baskets does that guy want? We'll just buy them here because we're low on sticks. 7. That guy has a ton of them. I know we've got to pay the taxes, and yeah, we'll go back and we'll get that one.
How can I help you?
Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah. He hasn't even got enough to pay for an egg.
How are you?
7, wasn't it? Large basket. Yeah, we can buy away out of this one. Elemento. Hang on. Oh, it's here. Large basket. Yeah, we need 7. Oh, sugar. There. Now.
See you around.
Right, let's give that guy his baskets. And then we'll pay our taxes, and then we'll hit the other ones. Go back and we'll fill up those orders, and then
Hello
we're pretty
there.
much done.
See you around.
It's 1. Pay taxes. About 15.5 grand. Hello, Rex. When did you wake up? You small Pomeranian. Go back to sleep now. Good doggo.
Welcome. Have a good
That's it.
day.
Right. Let's do our rounds. You see this? Well, they're not too bad. The problem is with these, if you start pushing them everywhere for the kind of light, it doesn't really work. But if you put them randomly, as close as you can to a tree, they don't look half as bad. Now, let's go. What's the other ones anyway? Water and that, yeah, okay. We'll get that in a moment. You know what? We'll go straight back. And we'll fill those
How are you
too.
doing?
Yeah. We'll get it done. Mm. The lighting, you know, placing them. Let's say I was considering, you know, putting lighting on each one of these. Would show a ton of light. But not only will it drop performance a lot, but it doesn't show a ton of light and it doesn't look good. Too many lights in one place. It looks kind of horrible. More like stuff I've done here. you know, would be better. You see where I put one here as close as possible to the tree? I'd kinda get away with that one there. I could manage probably, well, I have one in there as well. Something like that. Not so planned. I've got one there, you see it? I've got another one over there. Out of the way like that, you need them. With a tree to kind of hide them. So they don't stand out so much. You can see it here as well. There. And there. Now, you could do something like this, but I don't think it looks good. Well, let's say if you could get those. Well, I haven't got the stuff. What does it need? The sticks. You could place them here with a light running across. Well, I tried it. It would take ages to fit, but it's not just that. It doesn't look too good, but out from it not looking too good, the amount of light it shows, it's totally not worth it, you know. These are pretty hard as well on performance, so you'd want to be, you know, once they light up, anything would flame. So there's one here, and I've got a smaller one here, and that's more than enough. No matter how many lights you put in, you're not going to get this bright enough, you know. Now you have handheld carry lights. The problem is they don't light up when you drop them because they're not perpetual. They burn out. Yeah. It's just fun and it gives me something to do. Yeah. You know. It's kind of fun working out the problems that the terrain will give you. You know, finding your way around that. Okay, we need that. Well, let's get him, what's 15 buckets of water? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, what does this guy need? Tree 8, iron axes, crossbows and spears. We'll have to make a few, but I've got some in storage, you know, the stuff that we liberated from the bandits. What was that? That was the Robert Redford movie, wasn't it? About baseball. I forget the name of it, but I'm nearly sure it was Robert Redford. Could be wrong. Yeah, build it and they will come. The Natural. That was the name of the movie. The Natural. Yeah. I think I've heard that quote in a movie. Oh, I could be wrong. Maybe it's something else. Okay. So... 3-8 on these. Iron axe. Yeah. What do we want? Was it 3 or 4? We get 3 anyway. Iron crossbow. And iron spear. I think we needed 4, wasn't it? Let's see. Okay, iron spear, we've got 4. Well, we need another crossbow actually. It's counting the 3, the one that we have as well, I think. Iron axe. Oh, it's the axe and the crossbows. We need 3 of each. I think it is. I think we got it right. Iron axe 4. No, we're perfect. Iron crossbow. Yep, that's the one. I think we got it all. Right, let's do this. Robert Redford. Yeah, it was the natural then. Oh, was it? Yeah. Kevin Costner. Yeah. Kevin Costner. Field of Dreams. I was going to say there was something got to do with a field. But wasn't it baseball as well? Maybe that's where I got confused. Yeah, Field of Dreams. Yeah, I was going to say something about a field. I've seen that one. Want a boat about baseball or something?
I wish I could sell my niece and buy some new ones.
That's the one, yeah. The Natural was a guy that should have been really big but didn't play, and then was pretty old but could still play kind of thing, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the Robert Redford one. Right, I think we're good. Check the journal, blah blah blah, 15, 4, 3, 4, yep. Let's do this. And then we just got 3 villages to raid, and then we're good to go.
Move on.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty decent.
Onward.
Robert Redford. You remember that mid-90s one? Sneakers. He was running some kind of security firm.
Yeah.
And some kind of investigation or something. I remember that. Where I came across this kind of code breaking box thing. Yeah. But wasn't he in the kind of film thing of the Watergate scandal? Was it All the President's Men or something? Or something like that. About the 2 reporters who broke the burglary thing with the Watergate. Yeah, I think it was. He played one of the reporters in that. But I think everyone would know him most from the likes of what was that Western Bandit thing? Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Yeah. My favourite movie from him would be Jeremiah Johnson, actually. Which, to be honest, Dances with Wolves was the rip-off of. And then Avatar came along and ripped off both of them. Talk about a story getting recycled. But I'm sure probably that was probably a rip-off of something else, an earlier movie as well. Yeah, if you get a chance to watch it, Gazoo. It's a 70s movie, I think it's mid-70s. Robert Redford. It's called Jeremiah Johnson. Definitely worth a watch. Don't know if it's your thing, but I thought it was pretty decent.
I believe it's not a matter of good or bad. If I were to say what I value the most,
How is life treating you?
I would say when you feel like whistling, even
See you soon. Oh, it's you again.
Now, this is the problem. I'm obviously not right with this. Yeah, it's the axe I messed up on. So, what we need to do is, I will release the axe. Okay, I'll have to pick up an axe somewhere else. I knew I messed up on something. Axe. Right, iron axe. There. Now. Let's see if it'll work now.
How is life treating you?
There it is. Yeah, I messed up on the axe. We'll have to build one again. Not a biggie. We won't be using it much anyway. That's it with the stuff from here. So let's do our shopping. I doubt we'd have enough to do all 3 villages. Enough time, we'll see. It did count. Yeah, it did. I think it did count that other one. Now, we'll see if we can get these out. Right, there's 4 NPCs here we need to visit. We'll try and pick out the hunter because he travels too far. Where is he? There he is. He usually gets stuck here, so we're done.
How do you do?
Yeah, I think it's time to get rid of the eggs, you know that.
See you around.
Now the other one that goes walkabout is the... There she is. The herbalist. The other 2 pretty much stay put.
How are you?
I'll save us a bit of time.
Good
Okay, we
luck.
took everything. Now, these 2. There's the big lady and then this guy.
How? Farewell.
And there she is. That's it, we're done here.
How do you do?
Ooh. Okay.
Take
There,
care.
that's it, we're done. Alright, with a bit of luck we can do the other 2 villages. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Grizzly Adams. That used to be a TV show, didn't it? I can even remember the song. Yeah. Well, if you've seen Dances with Wolves, the usual thing. Apparently, it was with military. Went kind of native, I think. Fell out with his commanding officer and that kind of thing. Oh, I don't want to say too much in case you want to see it. You know, don't want to spoil it. But very, very close to the Dances with Wolves and the Avatar kind of thing. Yeah. Probably. Well, they would have probably all been based on books or something like that. You know. Well, not exactly a kind of rip-off, but let's say a suspiciously similar story. But then again, you know, there's been so many movies, there's no way you're going to find something original. Something really original is once in a lifetime. Like, take for instance, The Matrix. Well, where that was going seemed to be original, but not really. Before that, it was a game. There was a movie called Dark City. It was, you know, they changed it a bit, obviously, you know. But that was original. You know, Dark City was original. And as far as I know, but, you know, don't you know, that could have been ripped from another movie or something else. You know.
How do you do?
Probably. Well, most stuff would have been based on books or short stories. Do you remember that? It was immensely popular in the US during the 70s, I think. And that would have been The Waltons. I think that was based on a short story. Hmm. TV series is directly inspired by the successes of Jeremiah Johnson. There you go. 1972. But it's not an accurate to call it straightforward rip-off. Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, when it comes to movies and books, everything has been done. So no matter what you come out with, it's not going to be original, obviously. There's only a certain amount of things you can do. But then again, you can follow another movie so closely where it is maybe a bit much of a coincidence. Well, let's just say whoever wrote the screenplay or book was heavily inspired by said other book or movie, you know. Yeah, yeah. But Hollywood has always done that. If they get a hit on something, they'll keep churning them out. Do you remember that vampire thing when it started off with stuff like Interview with a Vampire? That was pretty decent. That was pretty decent. Now I have to say. Again, I think based on a book. That was Tom Cruise and Rice. That's right. Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt did a surprisingly good part in that one, for what it was. Then Hollywood kept churning out this rubbish. Blue Moon, this thing that kept going on forever and ever. If you go back through movies, let's say from the 80s to now, you get to a year or two and movies are kind of pretty similar. If someone gets a hit with something, they'll come out with something similar. Queen of the Damned, yeah. That was horrible about that lady, wasn't it? Died in a plane crash. Mexico, wasn't it? Some rickety plane or something. Elijah was her name, wasn't it? Wasn't she mixed up with that R. Kelly thing? The abuse and human trafficking. Yeah. That's been going on for a long, long time in the music industry. Yeah. Well, allegedly. But I think he was charged, so I don't think it's allegedly anymore. Yeah. Yeah. That was Queen of the Damned. Do you know something that kind of caught me by surprise as well when we were going to these kind of vampire movies? Would have been, that one with, what's his face? Harvey Keitel was in it, but then Harvey's in everything. Great actor. Remember they went out in a camper, and it looked like they had two rebellious teens, and then what's his face came in. They were robbing the inn, the kind of road, Dusk Till Dawn. That's the one. But I was expecting to see, they're going to kidnap these guys, and there's going to be a standoff. It's just another one of those. And luckily enough, I didn't read the synopsis of it. And then all of a sudden, these vampires come out of nowhere. That was a great twist. But that would have been that guy, what's his name? Tarantino, wouldn't it? Yeah. That was pretty good. That's why it kind of ruins it. If you're better off to go in and watch a movie blind. Yeah, it was. It started off one way, and then it twisted. I think that was Tarantino, wasn't it? Yeah. That was pretty good. Where it's kind of leading you one way, but, it's absolutely a different kind of movie. Yeah, I think it was Tarantino. Now, okay. Yeah, some good movies out there. Do you remember that hit they had as well with Desperado with Antonio Banderas? Pretty decent movie. That was based on another movie that was made in Mexico. Some guys made it with a camcorder. And I think they had a budget of just a few $1,000s. I remember that once upon a time in the West. That would have been Ford directing that, wouldn't it? I seen it a few years back again. It was a kind of short stories. Yeah, there was some big actors in that. Henry Fonda and a few more. James Stewart was in that as well, wasn't it? He was the kind of mountain man thing. That was the one you're referring to, isn't it? Oh, hi Jedi, and how have you been? That was pretty interesting. I know, when it comes to movies, I don't have... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then you had Jimmy Stewart. He has always the same kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah, pretty decent. And thanks for following, Jedi. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been? Henry, yeah, he had an acting family, didn't he? It was Jane. I remember Jane. She did the fitness videos as well. She did a lot of work in the 60s and 70s. And then he had a son. He did that Easy Rider thing, wasn't it? What was his name? Something Fonda. Yeah. I can't remember his first name. But he did that kind of biker movie, and it was a kind of classic. I wonder if there's another Fonda. I wouldn't say she's related. She probably could be. Peter. That's him. Peter Fonda. Yeah. About to start a playthrough now, so I thought I would find somebody to play alongside. Well, cool. Yeah, I've been. I was mostly here basically for the building and stuff, and we're kind of getting through the seasons. But I started with the Oxbow map just to get some building done. I've still got to do the story map, which I'm looking forward to, but not directly after this. After this, probably, play another game and then, come back and do the rest. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, Peter. Bridget. I don't think she's a relation. I know she has the name Fonda. You remember she did that? She did a ton of movies. One with Jet Li was pretty decent. Yeah. There's a few, actually. Oh, okay, let's get rid of this one. But we'll be going back to our settlement in a moment, and now I'll show you it if you'd like to see it. Might have overdid it just a small bit, but, with these kind of games, I've been retired for about 10 years, and didn't have much time to game, so, out from the likes of Fallout and Skyrim and that, I have a lot of time on those. But this is something that you couldn't play, like those ones, but it's a great game. It's definitely a great game. But we came from No Man's Sky to this, and to No Man's Sky from what was it called? Subnautica. And from Subnautica we came from Valheim. So the indie developers doing these kind of survival building games, they're the only ones that I can see that's making anything even remotely interesting. And the so-called AAA games companies are coming out with the same buggy junk they've always been doing. Pretty disappointed on which I think, even though it was, received well, the Oblivion redo. Okay, got a graphics overhaul, which was long overdue. Maybe a few little tweaks here and there. Problem is, it's still on the... I have a lot of time on Oblivion. It's still on the creation engine, and the horrible bugs on that engine, the really game-stopping bugs on that are still there. That's what I was hoping would be addressed. And then for the money they're charging for it, it should have getting the makeover. The bugs should have been fixed, or they should have changed the engine. The physics, it should have had some achievements, and it should have had some new quests, and I don't mean the Creation Club junk, and maybe a new faction to justify its price. Absolute cash grab. But it was received pretty well, but that was because of the old school people that played it. But everything they've done, a couple of talented modders working from the basement could do just as well. So I've kind of lost faith in the so-called AAA games companies. As I said, the games that seem to be half decent now seem to be coming from the indie developers, which is nice to see, to be honest. Now we have a huge settlement. We're getting it hard. I'll have to tune down production eventually to get rid of this junk. With something like 10 stalls up. There. So just 2 NPCs to go. We'll hit that other village real quick. And then we'll go back and we'll see about the decorating. I've done about 90% Jedi of the settlement, but the last 10% is always the most time consuming, Nice. That's cool.
I should just leave it all and
Not as easy as you think to get 100 views on YouTube.
Hello. See you around.
But most of the time the algorithm will absolutely sink you. I don't know what my record is. Do you remember the time I did... what was it? In Fallout. I did... what did I do in Fallout? I did, you know that vault? You know the vault build I did? That was released just by coincidence, roughly around the time there was some hype about the game. Yeah, Vault 88. I don't know. You'll probably be able to check it later. But I think 300 or 600 views or something on that. I think that was about it. Oh, I'll check again sometime. Yeah. You know, something like that. Yeah. Something, yeah. I think it was something like that. But, you know, rarely on, well, let's say the videos that I'd post on YouTube, you know, 6 and 7 hours long. No, they wouldn't get much traction. But you're talking kind of double figures, you know. Averaging maybe from 20-ish, maybe if it would average something around maybe 20 to 40. Rarely will we get something that would go to triple figures, but it happens from time to time.
How can I help you?
Not that it bothers me that much, you know. YouTube for me is just a way to kind of archive everything, you know. And then anybody here that misses a stream, if they wanted to see what was happening, it would be easy for them to, you know, to watch it. In the beginning, I was kind of set against that, but then, you know, a few people said, you know, it would be easy for them to, you know, if they missed a stream. So I said, yeah, why not? But I don't want to make any money or anything like that from it, you know. I don't think most people on that would be the same. Actually, I met the view requirements, the top view requirements for that. But I think it was a little short on the subscribers. Not that it makes a difference, because if they email me anyway, I wouldn't bother accepting it.
Price is so low you don't need to haggle.
Drunken Sailor. Nice.
Good luck.
But in games like the classics, let's say like Skyrim, like Fallout 4 and stuff like that would have a huge following. If you do something and if you're lucky enough to hit an algorithm, you know, you're talking about, if your video is anyway passable, you're talking about 20, 30,000 views in maybe a couple of days. But it really burns out. It's like a snowball kind of effect. You know, if you get a good few views in the beginning, the algorithm will kind of pick you out, you know what I mean, and push you further. And the more you get, the more it pushes you on it, you know. Or at least it seems that way. Okay, we just hit this one, and this is the last NPC. But I don't think anyone knows about that algorithm. There's some theories and guys that reckon they know how it works, but no, I don't think so.
Good. See you around.
YouTube will tell you that it's unbiased and you know, it works off a set of rules, but no, it doesn't. Nice, nice. Right, if we're lucky we can do this other village as well. We might be able to get them in time.
Oh, it's you again.
And that will leave the rest of the season to do something on the base. Oh, there's the lights on. Yeah, we should be able to get this. There's just 3 NPCs here to deal with. And then we're pretty much free. We've got our message board as well done, haven't we? We have. Right, give me your money.
How are you?
Right, we'll start getting rid of the perishable stuff. There, we need some food, obviously.
Can I interest you? See you around.
Yeah, okay, we needed that food anyway to live. Okay, she's always up here. And all we need is the fisher
Hello
guy after
there.
this.
Good luck.
Nice. Right, one more guy. We head back and we're done. All we have to do is sleep, and this is the perfect time as well. So even in a 3-day season, you'll have a bit of time to do something. But we can spend 10 times that, if we want to, because I've got seasons set to maximum. But yet we can still fast forward to the next season in 3 days, which is cool. Absolutely, yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah.
How is life treating you?
I just do it, hanging out, chatting with friends like you and Wolf and the rest of the guys coming around. So just an old guy playing games, chatting with people. Harmless enough. That's good enough for me.
So long.
Doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Right, let's get going. Yeah, I suppose we can grab something here. Okay. That will do. Now, this, if you're still there, Jedi, this is the... Sorry about that, I forgot about you. Yeah, this is the settlement here. This took a reasonable amount of time to do. Maybe I might have gone overboard a little bit, but... Most likely I'll only visit this map once, so, why not give it a good shot while I'm here. But when you start building in this, the fields, you can't rotate the fields. It's like Valheim when you're digging a trench, so they'll only go in a certain direction. You're better off putting in the fields and then lining up your buildings. Now, ideally, I would have liked to have lined everything to this part of the road. But then you can imagine how stupid this would look. So that's what I come up with there. That's the thing you need to be doing. Lining up your buildings, or at least the centre of your village or town, with the fields. And you can actually use the fields as a kind of marking system, Not the easiest thing to do to get a clean map. Right, let's go. Right, get back home, guys. I'll dump off this junk, we'll sleep till morning, and then let's have a look and see what decorating we can do. This can be a process, this decorating, to be honest. Oh yeah, and the name. The name is in Gaelic, and the translation of that is Far From Home. Yeah. That's the name of our town. Now let's get rid of this. Yeah, that's good. Let's check management. We're pretty cool. Everything is running smooth. Lovely. Now, let's see if we can sleep till morning. So, first things first. We've got two things to deal with before we do the real fine stuff. We've got a large space here, and to be honest, there's not much I can do here except haystacks, boughs, sacks, and that kind of thing. There's no way you'll put a field in here, like even if we could deal with the extra stuff, because, as I said, we've lined up not to the road but to the field, so I'll show you what I mean. You see the way the fields are going. See what I mean? That's not bad, but that would go hugely off as we kind of move out. No, even if you were silly enough to take out. You see what I mean? You won't work that there. Now you will work it here because I've already lined this. I could go central with a few. And if I was lining up everything, well, you're talking about losing 2 to 3 of these trees, if not 4. But there's only so much haystacks and stuff I can put in, so... And then I was thinking about running that stone wall down here. We'll have a look in the morning. We'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, hang on, it's getting dark. Let's go down and see if they're all hanging out in the inn. Oh my. I could do with more light, but it really messes up when you put in too much light. You can imagine the amount of lighting you would need in here would be ridiculous. No, this is good. I might be able to sneak in a light or two later. But you can add lights on those. In Valheim, it's much easier to decorate the tables. You get a little plate, you know, that you can, like a little thing you can build, and then you can add stuff to it. In here, you literally have to drop the stuff on the table, but it's not too bad. You can interact with it after. But when you're putting down one thing beside another, that will interact with the other object. And you could spend forever lining something up, and then one thing could go wrong and move the whole thing, and you're back to square one. You literally have to drop the stuff on the plates. And we need to do something there. It'll probably be the wicker fence on that. Now, let's get down and sleep. And then we'll see about these trees. Well, I'll show you what I mean, but we're better off with a pair of trees because of their sheer size. We need something imposing. Now, okay. Now we can start decorating. I think we've got everything done. So, first things first. The two main jobs is to see how a wall would look on this, and obviously the trees. I don't know about doing it here, you're talking about. Well, you could, I suppose, from there to there, if we got the measurements right. And then you would have a minimum of junk to put there. But I'm not sure, to be honest. These two are the problem here.
I know.
Okay, let's just have a look for a moment. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do here, so we can get a bit of peace while we're doing this. We'll just turn off hunger and thirst. Just for a little bit.
Built on love.
So we won't be disturbed
at
while we're
this
doing
point,
this.
I'd love to have a love.
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. Yeah, okay.
Plus one at least.
That will give us a breather. There. No, we won't be bothered. Right. Now, this is going to take a while. First of all, we need to see what kind of space we're dealing with. And if we lose too many trees, I don't know if it will be worth it, to be honest. So that's our original save, so if it doesn't look good, we can always reload. And of course the map as well. It doesn't matter about that, we've got that one. So it would have to be aligned with this and centered on the other one. And we can see how far we can go back with this. Let me see. Wrong one. There we go. So that's roughly in line with this. We're not putting in 2 anyway, I can tell you. So, actually let me measure this. This would be the best way to do it. That's a good way of measuring this here. There. God, it's going to be hard to keep a center on this, isn't it? So you've got 2 on that side, and well, from here to here, you've probably got 3 and 2. Okay. So how far could you go back here on this? What's the spacing like on this for starters? I'd want it as close as possible, wouldn't I? Probably. Okay. Let's just check something here for a moment. We'll see if we can get it close. And we'll see what it'll look like on the map. That's our biggest one, really, isn't it? Four, 5. Oh, I've spaced these little mutters. It would, yeah, I've spaced them actually. Okay, what's the space? 4. That could be a problem. Oh, we'll see anyway. It's not going to take as much time to figure it out. Yeah, we'll see. This is not going to look too great, guys, unless I push them all together, you know that? Yeah, I'm not sure about this. We'll give it a shot. It's just gonna... The fencing is not showing up, so it's just gonna look like a continuation of this. I don't think that's gonna be good enough. Now, we could combat this a bit by pushing out, but I don't think if we get this last one in, it's gonna really allow us to push out too far. Wrong one, of course. Yeah, that's rough. That's really as far as you're gonna get. Do I have a plan, maybe? So, that's what you're looking at there. Now, we won't be able to see it until we grab it on the map. So, maybe we go with this. We don't do the fencing, okay? And we put out some baskets here with apples and pears and maybe a table, a little picking table or something. Might work. But it all depends on how it looks on the map, doesn't it? I could go with a fence from there to there. That wouldn't be a thing, really. If that's the case, then I would most likely
Finally, the winter's
have to
over.
come right across here. That's not a good idea, actually. No, we'd leave it open. You'd hide it there with this, but no. It definitely wouldn't be a good look. Okay, let's see. I'll need a hole for this, guys. Which I think I've got one in storage here. And we'll see what it looks like. The problem is it takes 2 years for these trees to grow. But I'll have a fair idea what it looks like. And I'll show you the trees because of the biggest ones I have. Those ones. That's when they're fully mature, that's what they'll look like.
Looking for truffle pig. Someone stole her.
Yeah. See, the problem with doing this is once you do this, you're kind of in trouble with the other side with the symmetry we have. Let me have a look up here. I don't think we'd get away with... Well, I would if I could. But see, I can't take that out now. Not that I'd have the room anyway. Yeah, that's a problem, guys. I don't think it's gonna work. But we'll see what it looks like. Yeah, this would have to be sorted beforehand. But personally, I think it's not going to be what we want. I don't know, we might be able to get away, we'll see. I have a few plans for this that just might work out. So that's what we're looking at now. Yeah, maybe. It's not too bad. You know, we've got the other fields down there. Maybe. Everything else is perfectly in line. I wonder if I could blank out this. I think I could go with it. See this little section we have here? I don't know if we could get away with that. I'd need to blank it out to about here. It's chancy, isn't it? Let me see if that was blanked. Yeah, then we'd have this running all the way to the edge. Then it would look awesome. Worth a try, I suppose. This is where we'll use other saves. Now, this is the one we can never ever go over here. The 0, 0, so we'll get into this guy. Okay, let's see. I would need to get it aligned with this field, so that would be kind of like the hardest one. So let's say we try there. Oh, hang on, that's a bit close. I don't want it encroaching too much on that field. This is going to be a right pain in the backside. Oh, okay, I could live with that. I could do it going over a little bit, but let's see. Let me have a look. Yeah, it's a tiny bit too far, you see that? But yeah, I think we could do this. The problem would be, to be honest, let's see. No, I think we can get away with this. You see, it's got to be in line that way. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we could get, that's way too far. Okay. We'll mess with it for a little bit, guys, and we'll see if we can do this. So, okay, we'll keep it in line and we'll go right back this time. Oh, that's way too far, isn't it, on that? Let's see about the line. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay. Now the problem with this, it kind of smashes the line. You'd have to reload the game to see it properly. But when I have it close enough, we'll see. Okay, so we need to be going roughly around there. We cannot be caught there, would we? That looks to be pretty decent. That's too far. Let me see. If we could even get this one. I doubt we're going to do this, guys. Not the way I want. I doubt it. I don't think it's possible. Okay, we'll see if we can do this in sections. We'll deal with our biggest problem first, this guy here. Yeah, this is going to be horrendous. Well, that was pretty decent. Suppose I could go out to there, it doesn't really make a difference. Now let's have a look at this. I think that's what we need for that one. Pretty much, I'd say. Now, we could come back into this line here. Probably get away with it. It looks pretty decent, to be honest. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know how we're going to manage this. See, if we come down this way, it's got a point. Yeah, it's got a point. That's not going to be good. Yeah, it's got to be straight. Oh. Oh, maybe. It's not looking too bad, guys. And there's a little spot there in the back that's kind of killing it, but you know, once I reload this, there it is there, you see it? That's the only thing that's kind of killing it. Hang on. Come on now. There you are. There. Ooh. I think we might have it. So, as long as we don't go over this one, we're okay. So do the O2. Oh, that's load. Save I need. There. Now all we'd have to do is load that up and we see how it looks like with the map. If this is a success, this won't be such an eyesore here. And to be honest, I could go across with another piece of fence here. Yeah, and just get rid of that little thing. Or leave it open, it wouldn't really make much of a difference. See if I can plant, well, I won't be able to plant anything then, but see if I can do something in there. Okay. Now it takes a little while to load because the base is a little bit on the large side. There, while that's loading up, I will grab some fresh soda. Let me see, did I take my blood pressure medication? Where is it? Oh, crock, you idiot. I don't think I took my medication. No, I didn't actually. Yeah, just wait till this loads up. I'm a good 4 hours late, but 4 hours. See, I don't want to double up on this. Yeah, let me just check. I can check for my original box, but I could have sworn I took those. Just give me a second. Just wait till this loads up. Ah, 4 hours is not going to make a ton of difference, I suppose. Come on, load. There we go. Now let's see. Oh, that's smooth, isn't it? Yeah, that is smooth. That is nice and smooth. I'm surprised actually. That's perfect. But I had a bit of practice, let's say. Yeah, I can definitely live with that. Yeah, okay, we go with that then. That's one problem solved. I'm happy with that one. Now give me 1 second, guys, while I check on my medication to make sure I took it. Won't be a second. No. I didn't take it. Yeah, okay. That's so stupid of me. I think I got tied up with No Man's Sky. I meant to take this around 1 AM. And it's what, 5:20 now? And then I got caught up doing something and totally forgot. Pretty stupid, but 4 hours is not gonna be much of a difference, I'd say. But with this, you need to be taking it at exactly the same time every day. I want to take this a little bit early now. It might be a little bit more powerful, you know. It gives me a rapid heartbeat. Now, okay. Well, we got to plant some pear trees. We need, I think I have them in storage anyway. Not many, we need 4. We'll plant those. Now, I can go with the wooden fence here. It's not a problem. To about here. That we can get away with that. We'll line that little guy up in a moment. will be slightly curved, I'd say then. Yeah, okay, we can probably work that one. Maybe not. What's a here anyway? Yeah, that's out a lot, isn't it? Here, let me see. Just have a look at this guy for a moment. Yeah, it's not too bad. Now you can get it nice and tight on that there. And let's just put this into place for a moment. We'll see. And then we'd have to take out 2. Well, it'd be good with 2. Yeah, well, we would need... Well, I can use these as a marker anyway. Yeah. Ah, you... That doesn't matter. I can put another one in. There we go. Now let's grab that again. Now, I need a bag. It's just 4 seeds on this. So we get that in, we put the fence, we see if we can do something with the back, and then it should be easy enough to fill. I'm thinking a table, something like that, maybe basket, you know, some fruit, that kind of picking thing. This here, I might try another little bit of a fence on this, if I can line them up enough. I don't think there's anything we can put here, to be honest, but I'm good with that. This was a miracle, actually. I didn't expect to get that so neat. This can be pretty finicky here. That's pretty decent. Yeah, that's pretty decent. The whole thing will definitely work now. Because the eye will be drawn to this space here, not in line. Well, mine would anyway. Okay, we need a bag and then we'll see if we've got pears. I think I've got the pear seeds in the storage, so all I need is the bag. Need to check on the bags anyway. We've got tons of bags. Oh yeah, we got away nicely with that one. Oh yeah, we gotta make an axe for ourselves, guys, don't we? Let's do it while we're here.
Hey, I was using
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. There. Now, I need to get some more cigarettes. I've got them here. Yeah, not one of my better ideas, you know, tobacco. But as my dad used to say,
Can destroy the metal.
a man needs at least one vice, and mine is tobacco. No problem, and thanks for hanging out, and you too. I hope you have a great weekend, and again, congrats. I wish you all the luck in the world in your endeavours. Take care, Kazoo. Stay safe. Bye. Alright, okay. There it is. Now, that's that out of the way anyway. Right, let's see what we can do with this. The full effect, obviously, until the trees come in. But it will be a nice little kind of break in it, won't it? At least I'm hoping it will be. But we definitely need the bigger trees. But even we didn't, it'd be easy enough to destroy them, but no, we're talking the bigger trees. Pear seedling. Okay, I've got them all in storage. What do we need? 4. So we need to address all of those open spaces within reason. Yeah, I think I'm storing them all in the barn. I didn't think I'd be using them again, to be honest. What? Oh, wrong barn. There's 2 barns. Okay. There. Oh, we haven't got any pear seedlings. Okay, looks like we're going buying. We'll have to take a trip. Yeah, we definitely need them in. I might buy a few more then in case we need to use them again. But we're getting inundated with produce coming from this place and trying to keep it to a minimum. But these trees would look $1 million compared to the haystacks here would just not work. I get away over there. I'm not going to get away here. And I might even get away down there, but not around the fields. I can't see it work. And that line there is a pretty decent line. We could run it here, and worst case scenario, we'd be taking one. I think we'd save all the trees, guys. I think we'd be able to get it all the way down. The measuring, however, yeah, we'll sort the measuring a little later. Well, we get it to there. And here I control rubbish in among the trees. Yeah. The trees in itself would be a kind of filler. Okay, we might have a chance here yet. Oh, you really don't design these things, they kind of design themselves, depending on what you've got to do to get around certain obstacles. Right, we need pears, we need... Okay, I might as well get... Well, we've got apples, so I go with pears. Right. We'll only have about 10 or 15, we'll grab them. But I must have used them all up. That can't be right. I'm sure I had a ton left over and I didn't sell them. There's apple seedlings back there. There's something off here. Oh, I did. I used a ton of pears here, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I think I was even short some. So I didn't buy any, so I mustn't have found any on loot. You can only buy them or find them in loot. Yeah, okay. I don't have any then.
Giddy up!
Oh, come on. I might be able to do the same thing here with the fencing. Well, if that's the case, then it won't be a wall on the far side. Yeah, it will be that open fencing, my original plan. Yeah, we could work with that. It blends in with the bridge and it would definitely blend in with the gateway. We need to get these in case I forget them. It doesn't matter if you plant them at the start of the season or, you know, a minute before you change seasons. As long as you've got them in for that season, it counts as a full season. The growing thing, you know.
Hold it. Let's go!
But it will take about 2 years for it to grow, I'd say. About 8 seasons. About the same as the trees. Oh, sugar, is this guy still around? There he is, he's still there. He's the only guy that will have those seeds, as far as I know. So we need some pear seeds.
How can I help you?
Oh, that's not him.
Have
It's
a good day.
not you. Where's the other idiot? Sugar. I should have slept, shouldn't I, till morning? There he is. There he is. Ah, it doesn't matter. We get it tonight.
How are you?
Okay, pear seedlings. There it is, 5. Barely covered it. Have some flour. Have a few stones. Yeah, you're good.
Have a nice day.
There, at least we got enough to cover that. Then get some more some other time. Not a biggie. Oh, we'd need a lot more, won't we? He's the only guy that was found pear seedlings. I think the guys in the other village across might saw them as well. Yeah, we'll ride down. Get those in, we'll see the morning, then we'll see if we can get the other line of them in. Most importantly, we'll see how they look. The spacing in the other one will have to be different, obviously. It's not gonna line up. If we don't get an even number, we're kind of buggered on that. We'll see. We'll deal with this one problem at a time.
Let's go.
I did consider doing something like this with these, but it's just too much, you know? Yeah, it's too much. For the type of light it shows, it's really not worth it. No. What was it? Pear. That's it, that's our 4 pairs. Right, let's get some sleep and we'll see if we can finish this. Oy, oy, oy. You can't do that. I'd love to do the same on the other side, but out from the angle, you just couldn't deal with the produce coming in. The angle is all wrong. We could even go to next season. Nah, we'll sleep till next day. We get a little bit of work done in this season. No, round 2. We won't really see the effect of this for a couple of years, I'd say. I'll see if we can do the small bits. To be honest, maybe we're better off checking the other seeds, the other trees. Yeah. Okay, I'm fairly happy with this then, am I? Yeah, that would work. Now, I suppose I could finish this. Okay, let's save this. It's a low one, it is. It's not too bad. Getting this in a completely straight line is the thing. Let's look at this guy from an angle. Oh, I think it's there, to be honest. No, that's off a fraction, guys. Here. It's hard to see here if I'm not in front of it, and I can't do that, and with the wall in the way. You see that, where it's off? It's off a good bit, actually. This one will give us a rough idea of where we need to land. Well, it's just a few pieces, so it's not a biggie. Now, let's have another crack at this guy. So we'll bring it right to the edge here this time. Let's see if that works. Oh, just a tad. Just a tiny tad. I'd say we'd have to go center on it. You know, we might as well go the whole hog on this. Just a tiny tad. Come on, you silly Xbox controller. There. So, that was a little bit iffy there, wasn't it? So I'm saying about there, maybe. Probably. Now, let's see that guy. There we go. That's good. We got it. Yeah, that would work. Now we remove the stone and we build a fence.
Finally, the winter's over.
Yeah, that works. Okay. Right. Now. This little eyesore. I won't bother with the decorating the baskets and that until the trees are up. And then I'll see what way it would look if we maybe put the baskets in here. Which actually might be a better option.
The road goes ever running.
Yeah, it's going right into the wall. That's nice and tight. Yeah, we can live with that. Right, round 2. For this one I'd need some kind of line, I suppose. We'll use the wicker as a line. And then we'll cut it back and then we can mark it out. So where do we want this thing to... Yeah. I wonder if I can measure it out with this. At least to see where it's going anyway. Oh, yeah, there is a... Yeah, it won't really make a difference for it. I would prefer to go in the center, to be honest. on this. But you're probably better off coming in line with that one. Okay. Now, let's see if we can get this measurement correct. It doesn't have to be really massively perfect, but you're not close enough. So I'm thinking if we can smooth it in, probably there. Or we'll be better off going here. See, we have to take into consideration what we're doing here. We can't. You're talking about another fence then, aren't you? I could. Yeah, I could. It's possible I could go with another fence. Here, let's just get this one in for a moment. If I'm going with another fence, we're coming out here. Well, I still wouldn't make a difference with it. Okay. Personally, I think the outside one. To about there. So, you'd basically be running the fence here, stopping, you'd be just an open gap. Here, stopping, you'd be running all the way down here. And then you'd be coming out here. Oh no, you'd have to actually literally come down out to the right. Yeah, that could be a bit of an issue. Well, I'll see what it looks like. That's all I can do. I don't think bringing the trees down to here is going to be a good look. And there's no way I can bring the fence, cut it across here, and then successfully do it here. Oh, for God's sake. How did this happen? Ah, sugar. I'll have to redo that later. I'll redo it later. There's no way I did that. I did it in one piece. That's horrible, isn't it? That's not a biggie. It'll be easy enough because it's from one point to the other. I can get it later. Oh, hi Randy. Pretty good, pretty good. I hope you've been having a good weekend so far. Yeah, I didn't even know until... I think it was Terry mentioned it earlier. Yeah. Friday the 13th was pretty bad if you were a Templar in the Middle Ages, but it's not too bad now. Yeah, you know the story of the legend of Friday the 13th? Well, everyone knows it now because of the movies. And that. But it basically started with the Knights Templar. Yeah, okay. Right, let's work this guy. So, yeah, we could stop the fence. Let me see. We'll check our little spacing now, all we can. So it's roughly, from this post anyway, it's 1 actually. So we want to be stopping it around, well, we could kind of put it there, would be okay. There. Actually I prefer to go there, you know that. Yeah, okay. About there. Would probably work. Yeah, I'll tell you in a moment. I'll just respond to your next message. My week was, well, was good enough. Lots of... so quite busy. Well, the Knights Templar, they started off as a religious order. You know, they were into celibacy, fasting, you know, very religious. There were only taken from the ranks of the nobles. You know, the well, I won't say aristocracy, but barons' sons. You know, people of long heritage. So you had to be pretty high up there in medieval times to even join the Templars. It was basically, you know, they were kind of religious zealots. So they used to make regular pilgrimages to the Holy Land. Around that time, it was pretty turbulent. You know, pilgrims would be attacked by bandits and killed and robbed. So what they did was they started their own kind of protection thing. So, being religious fanatics, which they were, they did some really heavy training. Now, these guys were from noble families, so they would have been taught in warfare from a very early age. You know, 12th, 13th, 14th century was constant war. You know, swords, axes, all that kind of stuff. So they would have been very well trained. You know, coming from noble families. So they started their own thing there. You know, you're familiar with the kind of white shawl thing with a red cross, and that was their symbol. So they would ride with the pilgrims and they would protect them. So they were like priest knights, priest warriors kind of thing. So this got pretty big, you know. And of course their members, they would have been all from, you know, really well-to-do families, so they were pretty rich as well. But it got to the stage in Jerusalem where they literally elected their own king of the Templars, and he had a lot of power, almost equal to the king, which was not a good thing, you know. But all of the Templars would have been from other countries, Christian countries, from Spain, you know, from England, from France. It was kind of like the Foreign Legion, if you know what I mean, where everyone was invited in, but they had some strict stuff. But their allegiance would have been to the Templars over their countries and kings. They did have a lot of money. Yeah, that would be kind of like it. Maybe not as kind of realistic, you know. Where was I? Yeah, they got really big, really powerful, and really rich. So the king or kings seen them as a threat. Now, it would have been possible to wipe these guys out. They were too powerful on that. And it would have been pretty messy. So what they did was, they did a coordinated attack on them. You know, stuff like they would draw small bands away. Oh, the king wants to see you in his private chambers. A dozen of them would come in. They'd have maybe 50 archers waiting for him, and they would kill him in the halls. You know, ambushes, taking him out in small numbers. But the problem is, if they did that, the other guys would be tipped off. So they did a coordinated attack worldwide to do it all at the one time. And that's exactly what they did. You know, kind of maybe even 2 or 3 of them, assassins, the whole thing. And that just happened on Friday, and it was the 13th. It was never considered to be an unlucky day. So that's where that comes in. But as I said, it was only unlucky for Templars. Now, there's conspiracy theories about it that, well, obviously some survived. So then you get this kind of legend of the Masons, you know, dib, all of this kind of stuff, you know, secret society, you know. I'm not saying that they didn't form organizations, but the Masons would have been formed from literally the stonemasons. They were, especially after the plague, when they actually had to start paying people. So they got powerful compared to what you could be that time. And yeah, you're always going to get organizations who prefer their own members. But it's kind of pushed pretty far in conspiracy theories, you know. And you'll get guys looking for attention that will say stuff like, oh, you know, the Masons, the Templars, they're all the same, and, you know, the reason that they did this way, and they were really the son of Jesus, and all this kind of nonsense. Absolutely no evidence of this whatsoever. And the guy who came out with these things, well, he basically had his own documents, which was proved to be an absolute fraud. And even documents you would see in medieval times. Medieval times was unbelievably bad for, you know, there was religious fervour. for faked religious items. You know, like, do you want to buy the toe bone of Saint John or Saint Nicholas or whatever the case may be? And this stuff was ripe. You know, lots if not all of the artifacts you see are most likely medieval forgeries. You know, yeah, that kind of stuff. But that's the story of the Templars. Well, not really, but it's kind of touching on them. But yeah, there's some good documentaries you can see. They were pretty interesting. They started off with the best of intentions, Randy. Like all organisations, they were pretty religious, pretty nice, help the poor, all of this stuff. And the usual thing happens when an organisation grows too big. They go corporate. They started making their members into more like cult members, and it was less about Christianity and helping other people, and it was more about self-enrichment. Does this sound familiar? So, you know, there was that. Now, there was obviously a lot in their ranks that would disagree with some of their policies from time to time. But they did some horrible things in the Holy Land. Now, one could say that horrible things were done to Christians. True. But, you know, there was a time when they could all live together. But greed, you know, really messed that one up. And religious intolerance, always something. But the intolerance was only used, well, by the powerful to enrich themselves. They couldn't have given a hoot about religion. The same way you see corporations and even some politicians today don't give a hoot about anything, but they will go with what they think will get them the most. So, no conviction. Oh yeah. It's always going to be, all we can tell is, well, you can compare it to organizations even from today. And you know, they might have had different weapons and maybe their ideology was a little different, but it's always the same route of everything. It will be pretty close. Names and dates and weapons and stuff will be changed, but, you know, pretty much going the same way. All through history, you'll see this. You know, when an organization grows too big and gets too rich and powerful, it literally goes corrupt from the inside. Well, maybe the ambush, maybe we're being a little bit too nice about it, saying it was a bad thing. Maybe these guys were getting out of control and they were an absolute threat to what little democracy. Well, they were definitely a threat to the monarchy. Maybe they were. See, you don't really know unless you were there, Tojan. You know, we could talk about this forever. You know, but usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. Well, and the Mason thing would have been more like, they would have been inspired by something like that, I'd say. You know, but basically any kind of masonry seems to be, you know, you get a couple of guys or maybe a large lodge and they would help each other out. Let's say if you're running a factory and you've got some contracts, you would use one of your members, you know. This was very, very prevalent in the US, let's say, during the horrendous taxes by King George. You know, so I'd say that's where it really kicked off in the US. Taxes were so bad they couldn't really buy and sell anything. So they got into more of a kind of a bartering system. I'm not sure if you've read up on that part of your history. But, like, let's say if you were a carpenter, you would do some work for a guy. And then, let's say he was a thatcher and he would do some work for you, or a farmer. And they used this bartering system, you know, kind of thing, and with animals and stuff like that. And, yeah, the crown wasn't too happy with that, so they really clamped down. Then things really got out of hand. You know, one could say if King George was in charge, it might not have been as bad. You might not have had a revolution. But the problem was King George was as mad as a loon. He suffered from, well, it's speculation, but there was a lot of close family members that would, you know, there was a lot of inbreeding, to be honest. And, you know, in all royal families, really. But he was suffering from, you know, one of those genetic things. Um, so the running of the kingdom would be left to, you know, other guys, and obviously they use that to benefit themselves. Now it's hard to know if he was in his right mind. If the whole thing would have, it couldn't be any worse anyway, you know. But who knows, you know, how it might have gone, you know. The problem with monarchy is absolute power. Now, you know, sometimes you might say that's not too bad. If you had a good king, you know, that really wanted to help his people, you know. But he won't live forever, or he might change. But let's say, you know, he passes on to his son. You know, you're eventually going to get someone here that's going to, you know, do a lot of damage. So absolute power is not a way to go. The Greeks tried that in the beginning, and that's when they came up with the Senate. Now, there are some weaknesses in the Senate as well. Senates are designed to combat one or two corrupt, even the top officials. But if you get, let's say, a Senate, even if it's consisting of maybe 2, 3, or even 4 parties, if you get a Senate where an absolute entire party is of the same mind, that's a hard thing to combat. You know, you're not just dealing with one individual. You know, whether that individual would use, whether they're all the same or else he's keeping them in check with fear. Well, that's fascism really, isn't it? You know. But the Greeks tried that. The Romans as well, unsuccessfully. You know. So, you can have, obviously, checks and balances. But they can only go so far. But the only thing that can fix something like that is the population. The pushback from the population. You've seen it, well, you see it in Britain during, let's say, I think it was the 12th, wasn't it? 13th century. The Magna Carta. You've seen it after the plague, let's say, when, you know, tradesmen were pretty scarce and, you know, they had some power. Although they were all executed, but that's another story. You've seen it time and time again. You've seen it in the American War of Independence, and you've seen it in the French Revolution, which they weren't that far apart, you know. I think almost within the same decade. But the main things you deal with today is just a club of people who help each other out, will give each other, you know, preference. Now, some have been linked to shady things like covering up each other's crimes. How true that is, I don't know. But, you know, Hollywood and books and stuff have, you know. But yeah, the lodge thing, it will be. There's lots of them in the UK. There's even some of them here. A ton in the US. Oh, that goes right back to the 30s, really, doesn't it? And some kind of famous members, even some past presidents, were Masons and lodge members. Of course, there's conspiracy theories about what's his name, Da Vinci, and all of that stuff. But there's always been groups of people who want to look out for each other. Strength in numbers and all that. But behind every lodge, and behind every organization, there's always someone that's on the top tier, and they're pulling a kind of a scam. That's the way I look at all of these organizations. Someone is making a lot of money, and they just want to keep that kind of mystery to it and all of that stuff. you know. But I do believe that people should stick together, obviously. I do believe that, you know, we should all look out for each other, of course. And what's caused so much conspiracy theory and speculation is their secrecy. But I think that's why, you know. There, that should do it. I reckon it will anyway, we'll see. We'll see how it looks. It'll be easy enough to take out anyway if it doesn't work. Right, let's go with this one. We needed the correct line for this, really. Now, how do we get really close to this guy? Which side will we use? It's kind of different depending. Let's see how that looks. Sometimes if you come from the other side, you'll get a little bit closer. Yeah, maybe we come from the other side. Just no, that's pretty close there. I think it's actually buried in that. You see, you've got that upward hill thing. Let me have a look at that. Here, we can see it from here anyway. So we need to roughly go about, I would say, there. That would probably do it. Yeah, that's reasonably decent, I'd say. You could do it going in a tad, to be honest. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Nah, that's good. Yeah, it's just the angle as well. There we go. That's actually in line with that. But you're never going to bring it out to its full line from here. You'd wind up somewhere around there, and that would definitely not work. But yeah, that's pretty decent. Now, how would we work this? I suppose I could keep the line, and we could give it a little bit of a fence down here. That wouldn't be easy enough. Pyramid schemes. Yeah, well, basically it's where, let's say you get 10 investors. They all give $1 million each. And, you know, let's say you pay them every month, let's say maybe 20 times more interest than they get in the bank. So you'd be using the other money to pay them while you're getting other guys in, you know what I mean? And then eventually you run with the money. Absolute scam, yeah. So what you'd be doing is you're paying them out with their own money. So let's say you got 50 million in, and you know you'd obviously have to make a reputation. So let's say you're giving them an obscene amount of interest. Let's say 20%. Well, nobody gets 20%, but let's say 20%. So let's say you're paying out 20% a year, right? Or even let's say 50% a year, which is really obscene. So you've got 25 million, you've paid that out for the first year. You know, you've got a reputation, oh, this is easy money. So you've got more and more guys coming in. You get to the magic number you want, and then you run with the money. That's the pyramid scheme. Amway. No, is it some organization that did a scam? But I don't think I've heard of those guys. But, you know, the pyramid scheme thing, and it's kind of well documented thing. There's another thing that politicians use that really, really, really tick me off. Is this silly idea they have of trickle down economics? Do you ever hear that one? I've been hearing that since the 19. Well, I haven't been hearing it, but it's been going on since the 1940s. And the theory is here: if you give corporations and billionaires tax breaks, they'll get that money like Santa Claus, and they'll spread it out among the population and hire new people. So you're trusting in their morals to do that, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Would you not be better off to get the money yourself as a government and hand it out to the people yourself and create jobs for them yourself? At least you'd be 100% sure. But that's the thing. But what tends to happen is if you give massive tax breaks to corporations, they will buy back their own stock, okay, driving the stock price up as well. And then if they've got any money left over, they'll buy government bonds. That's it. And if there's obviously some more, they'll squirrel it away to some Switzerland account. And that's what happens with the money. Actually, there's a better chance of losing jobs with this triple down. I can't believe they're still using that one. And it seems like every single generation they come out with this like it's just been discovered. So basically what they're telling you to do is, we're going to give all of your money to some rich guys, and then they're going to be nice to you. They're going to give you that money back. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. There's some health food groups that do it as well. But it's like those things where, earn money from home, selling beauty products and stuff, where you've got to pay them a ton of money and they send you a ton of junk you'll never sell. Well, it's not illegal, but you just bought a ton of junk, and your money would be on commissions. Like that rubbish makeup and fake jewellery and stuff. That's a scam. But it's a legal one. Yeah, sure. It's just capitalising on people's desperation. It's a very horrible thing to do. But the way I see it these days, in medieval times they had problems, and it was always a class war. Well, everywhere it was always a class war, even up to, the turn of the century, really, where it was the working class always fighting for their rights to be paid fairly against the employers and the bigwigs, Now it's absolutely different. I don't know even if we have a middle class anymore. If they keep squeezing like this, we won't have one much longer. Well, then you had them, let's say, rebelling against the king, the lords, all of this stuff, the barons. But now we still have a kind of aristocracy, and that's the billionaires and the really rich corporations. And they have undue influence on how we live our lives through their connections with politicians and their money. Okay, now this is going to be a thing, isn't it? Let me see, did we save here? This is definitely going to be a thing. We'll be running on the second fence here. Down to here. That we can easily get away with. We'll need... Oh, hang on. We need another fence here as well. Okay. Let's check the spacing on this little guy. This is going to be interesting. Well, we could check the spacing on this and get the center point anyway. It'd be the same thing, I'd say. Oh, no, there could be a problem here, guys. We won't be running any fence down here. These are on the same line. But we can run an outside fence. I don't think it's going to make a ton of difference. Yeah, you're not running a second fence on this. Okay. This is going to be a complicated little guy now. Let me see. Well, no matter what happens anyway, that's okay. Not exactly. There's ways of making it a lot fairer. I believe that if you're successful, you deserve your money. Obviously. I believe in capitalism to a certain extent. You know, the better you do, the harder you work, you know, the more money you get, the better you live. Sure, that's all fine. What I'm against is them not paying their fair share. And when I say their fair share, I don't mean, let's say, kind of more than anyone. But I mean the corporations, not the individuals. You get some corporations through loopholes, where they wind up, you know, making trillions and paying zero tax. Zero. And in some cases actually get money from the government through creative bookkeeping, all legal, stuff like that, subsidies, that can go on forever. But there's some companies, you know, and the government's turned a blind eye because they create work and jobs. But I think if you're a firefighter, a cop, you know, whatever the case may be, the percentage should be the same. So you're obviously still going to make tons more money. So let's say if your taxes is 1/3, everyone should be 1/3, including corporations. You know what I mean? They should be paying that. You know what I mean? But the problem with that's going to be impossible to implement, because if you do that, the companies will just go up and move to a country. Let's say, well, they're going to do it anyway, let's face it. The only way you're going to get a company to stay is to literally pay them to stay there and make them emperor or something like that, because these guys follow the money. They've got no fondness for a particular country or anything like that. Money. It's all about money. If you've done much in economics and whatever the case may be, you can see the downtrend on a lot of Western countries from the 1970s. That's cruel. Yeah, that is cruel. Like, take Disney, for instance. You know, their workers on the Disneyland things, they're sleeping in their cars, you know, and they're food insecure. You know, they can't afford food. You're working for a mega corporation full time, and you can't afford food and accommodation. Come on, you know. So this is Disney, you know what I mean? Well, this is just one, but we'll just use Disney, let's say. You know what I mean? They lowballed all the cast from Marvels. Now none of them are going to work for them. So Marvels are done. They wanted them to work longer hours on the next project for half the pay they gave them last time. And they said they weren't going to be greedy. The same pay would do. You would think they'd be getting more, but no. You know, it was the last one they did was kind of a success, so no. That's the way it goes, you know. Yeah. But their CEO, like, his wages are, I think, 1,250 times the average wage in Disney. I think he was on something like $300,000 a day. And the guy that nearly ruined them, you know, the guy that had the sack, what did he get? A couple of 100 million bonus as he was leaving, or was it 50? That's the problem. Yeah, That is a problem. Now, if it was one guy owning that and seeing the money go like that, it might be a bit different. But because you've got shareholders taking those little hits, and there's so many tens of thousands of those, you're obviously going to get the other guys in charge who don't care, because it's not their money, they're enriching themselves in some way or another. That's the problem with the shareholding thing. You've seen how it went with Ubisoft. They're not worried about the shareholders. Not a bit. Not a bit. So there is a kind of flaw on this thing, in this side of capitalism. You know, who watches the watchers? Classic, isn't it?
Easy to talk with me. I just don't like conversations about the weather, crops.
It's going to be a hard thing to fix, to be honest. But as I said, you know, the 70s. Well, in the 70s, the US was an absolute powerhouse. And they had really strong unions. I think Detroit would have been, you know, I think they've only gone, what, 15% of the population they had in the 70s, or 20%. And they were among the best, if not the best paid workers in the world. And now you have people working for Disney who can't afford food. That's a big drop. So you got to ask yourself, what's changed? Well, a lot has changed. Well, this is just my opinion. Well, number one, let's say in the 70s things were a little different. It is. Yeah, it is. And I'm just using that, you know, because you're from there, just as I could use, you know, other places around the world. Well, it wasn't so easy to move a company then. You know what I mean? There was logistic problems, you know, contact problems, all of that. So it was a big risk. But in the 70s, you know, you had lots of advances in technology, even the internet, actually, which was really prevalent in the 80s and especially the 90s. But most importantly, you had jet planes. You could get from A to B pretty quickly. You could do supply lines. So you'd do a little bit of bean counting, and you take in transportation costs, and then you take in, hang on, these guys are working here for 10% of the other guys, so we'd save X amount in that, and the government here is giving us a good deal, so we get away with that bit of tax, and we're making more money here, so we don't care, we're from that country, and we don't owe it anything, even though that country, you know, made us who we are. But this is capitalism. This is not shameful. This is how capitalism is making the most money you can. In any economics class, you know, they'll teach you that you go where the labour is the cheapest. You know what I mean? Usually some kind of upcoming economy that's, you know, really making leaps and bounds, and that would probably be Asia now. You know, that kind of stuff. But this is taught in classes, so you shouldn't be surprised when it happens. In that sense, so you had that, but it's gotten to the stage now where the manufacturing end. Well, it wasn't feasible to do the manufacturing, and that was what, over 50 years ago. So you get a lot of companies now that would get their work done overseas and shipped over cheaper. Now, to re-establish manufacturing again would take maybe a couple of decades, but you'd still have a lot of problems. You'd have a lot of problems with, let's say, well, wages, for instance. You know, people would, well, they don't want much, they just want enough so they can eat and have a roof over their head. But if prices are so high, that means wages would have to match. So that means products would be a lot more expensive. It's a combination of half a century of dodging, you know. No, but they don't want to sell the projects there, Tojan. They would be exported to Western countries. That's just like Adidas had all of their trainers made in sweatshops, where people were working for 15 cents a day, you know, or maybe $1 a day. But they didn't sell them to trainers. No, 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 no. They were shipped here. Like, take for instance what's going on in TikTok, right? Some lady walks into Prada or something like that and they give $2,500 for a bag. Okay? That bag was made in China for maybe 20 bucks. That kind of stuff. So to make it here would probably cost them about maybe 200 or 300. But that's too much. You know, a couple of 1,000% profit is not good enough for these guys. As much money as you can, as cheaply as you can. That's what it's all about. So you'd have them made there. So it was never about selling them there. Of course you'd sell them if you could, but that wouldn't be your target. Your target would be probably Western countries, most definitely the US and the European Union, and, you know, countries like that, you know. I know, this is what I can understand as well. I know exactly what you're saying. You can run another person's economy down so much where they won't have the money to pay for these things. But that's a long-term look. Corporations and capitalism never looks long-term. This is like if you're owning a store, Tojan, let's say, and you keep doubling the prices every week till it gets to the stage where nobody can afford your product, right? And then you decide to, okay, I've scammed enough money now, maybe 2 years after, so I'll put it down to normal prices. Well, you've already ticked everyone off, so now nobody will shop with you, and you go bankrupt. So you're doing a short-term gain over your long-term prosperity, and that's what corporations do. They don't think any further than the next quarterly earnings. If the whole thing caves in, if they can make 10% more profit with a massive risk of losing the entire company, there's so many people to go through and it's just a waste of time. They don't look at anything like that. Yeah, I know, it makes no sense. But that's just how it works, and it's always worked that way, you know. The money has to go somewhere. And it's usually to those guys, you know. But that's capitalism. And I'm not saying capitalism is bad. You know, let's say, even up until the 70s, capitalism has been refined, you know. But you would imagine that people's wages would have to go with inflation to just stay where you are. You would imagine that would be a given, wouldn't you? You know, because if inflation is going up, even let's say if it's only 2-3% a year, that means you're getting 2 or 3% less money every year. You know what I mean? And that's not the only way you'll get squeezed. But as I said, yeah, it's a situation, all right. This is where, and I'm not 100% socialist, no, but I do think some things should have a little bit of socialism in. Well, obviously healthcare, well, you know, police force and the fire brigade, you know, the firemen. Well, that's a kind of socialist thing. It's paid by the taxpayer and the government. I hate government overreach. It's always been a problem, and to get too involved in free trade, you know. But it might get to the stage where if you can't afford the heating in your home, and if you can't afford the food on your table, well, obviously something bad is going to happen. Eventually enough people will get ticked off, you know. But something is going to have to be worked out about this. It's something that's been going on a long time. Even here, every time I go to the store, let's say on an average shop, let's say you pick up maybe 25 products. Well, at least 5 of those would have gone up on average maybe 7 to 10%. And this is relentless. This is every about 10 days I go to the store. So I said it to my wife one day, like, if this goes on forever, How is this sustainable? Obviously, people's money will run out sometime. What do they do then? Exactly what you said. But this is the problem with corporations. It usually starts off, and it usually goes with some kind of crisis somewhere else, and they'll use that as an excuse to up the prices. They're not at that stage yet. Yeah. They will be suppressed. Or at least, they'll try to be suppressed. But that only lasts for a certain amount of time. They're not there yet, but it's getting close. It's definitely getting close. There's an ongoing effect of a lot of things. Let's say a lack of investment in education. Getting to the stage if you're a person and if you've got to work, 6 days a week, really long hours, just to keep your head above water, that is mentally straining. You need at least a weekend off. You need to get in contact with your family. You need to relax, and you need to have some kind of quality of life. Out from paying all of your bills, maybe a little holiday sometimes or something nice. It's not a lot to ask. It's not a lot to ask for that when these corporations are declaring record profits. You know what I mean? So it's gonna get to the stage, if it hasn't already, that people will become corporate serfs. Basically a serf workforce for corporations to kind of pick and choose and discard as they please. Pretty much like the medieval times. But that's just my opinion. I could be way off. I could be. But I doubt it. But it's a complicated problem. Oh my God. Even if every country in the world got together and tried to fix this, it would take a long time to smooth and iron out. But you would literally need every country in the entire world to come up with a system and work together to fix this. And what's the chances of that? 0. Oh yeah, same everywhere. America's no different. Absolutely, yeah. Did you notice one thing? When they started to jack up the price for something, remember they said it was supply chain issues during the pandemic. Well, when those supply chains straighten out and they're running normal now, did you see them put the price down? They jacked them up by about, 20-50%? Did you see those prices go down? No. When they put the prices up, they stay up. And they only go up from there. There's lots of ways of doing it, really. As I said, it used to be a kind of class battle where working people would be fighting to get their rights against the corporations, the employers, and the government. The government found a good way out of that in a lot of places, here included, and all across Europe. Now they have us fighting between each other about the colour of our skin, about our religion, about our sexuality, that kind of stuff. So, it's an ancient, it's a classic one. It's divide and conquer, because if we all get together, we can get what we want. Well, why can't we? We're supposed to be in charge, aren't we? But if some politician does something nasty and everyone is sensible and say, well, this guy is no good, we won't or get him back in again, well, then he's got a total line. He's got to do the job that he was paid and elected to do, to represent his constituents and his people for what they want. You know what I mean? But it seems to me that they're not beholden to their oaths or their promises or anything. You know, they're beholden to large corporations, billionaires, and lobbyists and stuff like that. But it's up to the people then to make sure that guy does never get in again, ever, and I mean ever. And then the next guy gets in. But if they could do something with donations, it would change a lot. If there was some kind of system where you could only take donations from the public, and it was set at something like maybe $100 or something like that, but you know, but people are squeezed so tight now with it, you know, so it would have to be a kind of a socialist system in elections, in the sense that, you know, where everyone would have the same amount of screen time, ads and stuff like that. You know, exactly the same amount of screen time, but that would have to be paid for by the state. It's still a better system than, you know, letting in billionaires and corporations doing it. Because if someone drops off 100 or 2 million, you know, even if they don't ask for anything, if you're getting in again, you're going to say, well, I'll stay. Oh no, it was just when you idle the game too long, Randy, it switches off. Yeah, I was idling so long. This game is legendary for this. No, usually you don't have to stay for hours, but I think it was about 20 minutes rambling, wasn't I? Oh, it doesn't matter. We didn't lose a lot of time. No, but let's say a good start to John would be everyone paying the same in tax, corporations included. Um, I still think that a country's natural resources should go to its citizens. It should not be bargained off to corporations. So let's say if you're in a country and there's a large oil or gas deposit, you shouldn't call in a corporation, give them 100-year lease for pennies, and then say it's a win because you made some jobs. The government itself should run that. The gas or oil should be sold in that country for a really reduced price to help the economy, or at the same price, and the proceeds from that to be used in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. That's a start. But what happens here and everywhere, like the oil fields of Cork, you know, there's foreign companies running those. They're in Irish waters, you know. So let's say the concessions and whatever payment they might have given to the government, they made their money back in a month, and now they've got maybe a 100-year lease. You know what I mean? So that would be a good start. That the natural resource of a country belongs to the people, not to a corporation. This is where the real corruption comes in. So you've got to say to yourself, why would a person or a government give away an endless amount of energy and money for a pittance? So let's say for maybe 1 cent on the million, right? On $1 million, 1 cent on the million. Okay, it creates a few jobs, whatever the case may be, that would make up for it. You know, if the government was to socialise that, they could still create those jobs. So you've got to say what's the benefit? Well, obviously, some of those people, and this is just me, I'm kind of paranoid, let's say they benefit from that in a big way. Certain individuals, not the people as a whole, maybe a half a dozen fat cats got even fatter because of that, at the cost of everyone else. You know? Okay, let's... excuse me. Let's measure this. But that's something that's... I don't know if it'll ever be fixed. It would take a massive, massive change. It will, first of all, it would take people to realise that they need to work together. And that's a big ask, isn't it? Yeah, the tree would have to go alright. But we'd only lose one tree. I could probably live with that. Oh, just a little off, guys. About 2. I could do a centre break in this. It's a pity it's 2. So, let's see how many of these we could get in. Yeah, that's such a pity. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Problem 7. 7 with a centre one with 1 each side. That would create a small bit. Too much, to be honest. That's the problem with doing these fields. Not exact the same size. Went on too long. Space. Interesting, isn't it? But if we do colonize other planets, I can see that being a disaster. An absolute disaster. Well, you know, there's always a chance of, let's say, an extinction event on this planet. So obviously, to survive, if we spread out more, obviously we've got a better chance. But you know, you've seen books and you've seen sci-fi movies kind of touching on that, and it's a relevant fear. Let's say if you colonize Mars, it makes a lot of money and people start eventually getting born there and stuff, and you colonize the moon and some other planet, blah blah blah. And you know, they feel obviously less of attachment to, let's say, Earth or whatever the case may be. And then let's say, you know, some kind of trade dispute or some kind of thing happens, and you know, you might see a kind of war between colonies and that. You've seen sci-fi versions. It's a valid fear. We do love the war, don't we? Now, I don't know how we're going to manage this. I could put 2 in the centre, but there's 7, so we've got an odd number. Ah, sugar. Well, you could go 1 in the centre, and then you could have 1 each side. We'll see how it looks like on the map. The problem with that is one of the trees would have to go, but... well, that's the wrong one. So what was it? 7, so 3 on each side. Okay, we'll give it a shot, we'll see what it looks like. I think we'll get away with it, to be honest. It won't look too bad. Now we could put it in the center, or we could put, let's say, 1 on the first one. You know, that little bit more of a space. Now, let's say we just see how much of a space we have if we... again, the wrong one. We'll do them singular. 7. I think we'll mess up a bit on 7. There. I hate doing it this way, you know that. Here, let's take down this tree. We can always do a reload anyway. Let's save it from here. Well, that one was done in one piece, guys. I don't think that would work. No, I'd have to go with the center one. We'll go 3, 1, 3. Yeah, that's the way to do that. That will take up the extra spaces. No good in messing about this one. I know for a fact that won't work. There's tree. See, that will cover the two. And let's see if this is exactly tree. It should be, and all we've got to do is remove the tree, and then we'll cut it out and see what it looks like. Oh, sugar. It's a one space. Oh, okay. That's impossible. I don't know how we'll do this. So we've got 4 to go into 7. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. No, it's not going to work. That is a problem. That is a massive problem. No, we'd have to do that, guys. There's no other way. I've got a big problem down the other side now, haven't I? See, it wasn't too bad with that one there, because these are the original fields. Here, let's get some sleep. I might cancel this and do something different. I can't see that matchup too well. I'm not too sure anyway how it would look, to be honest. No, it's actually one space. We'll never know, we'll see. Maybe if I put 2 spaces in, I might be able to get away with something. But it's gonna look...
Spring is when you feel like
Actually, it's
whistling,
gonna look very different.
even with a shoe full of slush.
Too different, I think, to be honest. I could probably go with another field, but what good is that? We don't need another field. No, I can't see that work out on the map. Future me is my space Winnebago, looking for an unpopulated paradise planet. Nice. Yeah. Okay, what do we do with this little eyesore, guys? I definitely... Let's take this out anyway. And I can see... Well, we've got one blank square here, so it actually might not work out that bad. It was different with this. It had to be in contrast with the other guys. If we can get even spaces, I think we'd get away with it, probably. Okay. Now, I wonder would we get... Well, if we could get 2 in, it would definitely be worth it taking out 1 tree. We'd never get 2, would we? But it would look off down here, no. Okay, let's see. Let's give it a shot, we'll see. No. I doubt it, guys. I don't think we'll get away with this. Not a hope. So let's see what we've got left. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 3 in this. I don't know.
Anybody want some like truants?
You would need an extra 5. Yeah, it's not going to work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still with that one piece. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. And if there was 8 here, I might be able to get away with it. But you're not going to do this. Yeah, you're definitely not going to get away with this. That is such a shame. But in my defense, I didn't think I'd have to do anything with this. A roadway is not going to make much of a difference either. I don't know how I'm going to manage this, guys. It was different with this guy. But you've got, what? With the 5 we have here and 3, we've got 8 spaces with 1, 2, 3, 4. No. There's no way. There's no way you'd work this one out. You'd want 10 to make it a 2. Okay. Let's say we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say we do. Okay, hang on here. 1, 2, 3. Let's say we do 5. And we see if we can space it that way. 5, 9. Well, we're cutting down on 1. We might be able to get the odd number. Let's check it that way, guys. So now, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I think we might have to sacrifice another one. 9 spaces with 1, 2, 3, 9 to 5. This is not going to work. We have to get rid of another one. 9 and let's see. Here, there's only one way of counting this properly. 10. There's 10 there. And so now you've got 10, 11, 12, just as bad. 13. Can't really get out of this odd number, can I? I need even spaces on this guy. It's not going to work. Well, there's the middle guy anyway. We're going to check this one. We'll see. Nah, I think this is a lost cause. Doesn't matter. I'll put something else in. Nah, I would need the even number. Oh, I see. I think these are 5. No, they're 8. Ah, okay. Okay, let's try this little experiment then. Okay, if these guys are 8. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, let's see the distances between. I think we'll wind up with that odd number again, and then we're just buggered. Not that. Yeah. No. 4, 4, 4. So let's say we go 3. I think we have it, haven't we? Can't get my head around this, I'm afraid. 2, 3. Okay, let's see what we've got now. 2, 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. So 4 each side. Okay, I think we might be able to do this. No. Okay, let's give this a shot. I just can't get my head around it. 2, 3, 4. There we go, guys. That will give us exactly... Yeah, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 each way. That's it. Got it. Just me. I can't focus at all. Now, if it's 4, yeah, let's get rid of that guy for a second. Yeah, okay, I think we have it. About time to... Cutting back 1 apparently was enough. Unbelievable, yeah. But I've just done everything so symmetrical. And I'm doing it more for fun. I wouldn't have to do it, but... I like a bit of a puzzle. I don't do jigsaw puzzles anymore. That's it, guys. That's exactly a 4 spacing. We'll give it one last check, and then we'll green light it. Oh yeah, I wouldn't really care if it wasn't for the map. Well, a bit. That's not entirely true, but... Yep. Yep. Ah, 5. No, it's not gonna work. No, it's not gonna work. Remember I said about the odd number? Yeah, it's not gonna work. There's 5 on that one. And there's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 of those. If it was 4, no. No, I have to cancel this. It's doing my head in. You'll never get that uneven number out. Okay, let's say we go with 4. So, we've got that one, and we've got 4. It won't make a difference, will it? No, doesn't matter how many I cut it down to. When there's one missing, it makes no difference. 4. That's 8. 8. No. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I know, well, if there's an odd number out, I'm never going to work this. No. Because this itself is an even number of 8. It's impossible. Can't be done. So cancellation on that. Sugar anyway. Oh. Oh, I've got a plan. It might be stupid, let me see. The problem is it would mean taking out at least 2 trees. I wonder. Well, where to look, see? You're talking about those 2 trees there. Okay, what do you think of this, guys? Let's give this another shot here. Where could I... Oh, no, definitely not putting a road. You would most likely have to go with a roadway here. Let me see. Seeing that in itself could be a bit of a problem. I'm just messing about with this, we'll see. We'd still have to squeeze one in here. On the one-sided thing, I don't know if it works. Nah, caught no matter what I do. It's such a pity. Anyway, we'll bring the trees too far out. But speaking of that, no, if I start doing the trees, it's never going to end. Because what I originally wanted to do is bring them up in one line. So what you're going to get on the map is this. You see where I've got this perfect? You get this coming up and it'll be tiny bit too short to finish here. If I space them like I've done here, which is absolutely perfect, you get one space that's bigger than the other. So you'd have to work on, well, an odd number is perfect if you're doing a centerpiece with nothing else. But when you're cubing it like this, it has to be even numbers. Well, it depends on the piece, and these are even numbers. It's like if you were doing a fence and it was 5 panels, okay? That's perfect. You take the middle panel out and your gate would be dead center. Something like that. Oh, I can show you here. I'm going to be loading this up again. I'll show you what I mean. Now, if there was 2 spaces, I might be able to get around it. But there's only 1. It's an odd number. I could work it out, but I'll show you what I mean. Well, the best way to do it is from the start, really. Yeah, it won't take long to show you. But in this, you'd have to work with even numbers. See that? 1 short. And there's no way, I can get round that 1 short. No matter what way I arrange these. See what I mean? I know it's just a tiny thing, but that would kill me. You see it there? Now watch when I take this out and put it where it should be. But all of this would be in vain if I started to cut corners on this now. you can't really see it from there. I'll show you anyway. It's just a tiny thing, but still enough to stop me from doing this. That's how I want it to be absolutely perfect. Be very hard to notice, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. But you're still stuck with if something is in a certain size. In Fallout, I would use, you know, stuff like the kind of ground-based things, you know, in squares. In this, you're basically working with these. And it's not too bad because these are 8. Now, you see, my problem with this is these are 7 by 7, which was a brilliant idea when you wanted to get in the centerpieces here. Perfect. But not only is it 7 by 7, but you've got this one space here as well. So now you've got the 7 by 7, so you've got 14, and they're all even numbers of 4, and this is where your extra space is coming in. Now, this would work perfect here to leave the extra space. But remember, there's 7 of these, and one of the other guys is twice the size, so it will cover 6, and then you're left with 4. So 4 each side, now you're back to 9. So you'd have to have a space of 9 here, which is a bit much, if you know what I mean. This is the space you'd have to leave to account for it, which is way, way too much. And then you could get your even stuff in. That's the space. There's no way on that 9 square I can fit in an 8 and match it up. Or a 4. No, it's just the way the map looks. It wouldn't have bothered me that much, but I can see it on the map and it's going to kill me. But it's not a biggie. Oh, guys, I'm so silly. I have a massive plan. Oh, I just thought of something. Watch this. I'm kind of hung up. Oh, hang on. It won't work if there's a gap on this, is there? Ah, no, it won't work. There's a gap between the road and that. It's such a pity. No, it won't work. Worth a try. Nah, it won't work. I was going to blend it with the road, but that would be a disaster. But I don't mind that. No, there's no way of getting around that, really. Okay, we'll fence it off and we'll use it for storage of something, I'd say. We can't even use it on the other side because I'd still be comparing it to that side. Now, you could get a field in here, but guys, what do we want another field for? We've got way too much as it is. Oh well, it was definitely worth a try. Well, we got one of them done anyway. Now, if you're gonna go do with this symmetry thing, you might as well go big. See, it didn't matter when I was doing the other fields because I took up the slack with a roadway in the center, which you can see here in a second. Now, the last thing I need is more buildings, plus that's not a great spot for building anyway. So it looks like we're going haystacks. The problem with this side is, I could fence it. Yeah, I can probably fence it now. Yeah, we'll concentrate on the fencing. The fencing will be easy. There's no gates, so we'll just have a kind of open thing on that. But we would definitely have to line up the gateways. So we're coming from the bridge, we're coming down, and we'll do a kind of square there, I'd say. I think that's the way we're going to work that one. Oh, I've got tons of chickens. I have a big one, yeah. I can't even sell the eggs from that. No, this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to line up here on these, which will be very, very easy. We'll leave spaces here on these for the fencing. You see this fencing I'm using here? Well, this was my original plan. It's funny how you always go back to your original plan. See that fencing there? See it there? Okay, we'll start it from here. We'll probably come out one section. We'll run down here. You'll have the open spots at these running in. I don't know how it will look, to be honest. It will be going all the way and the open spot coming in here. Running to that. Alright? Open spots. Now, then you've got this, and then we'll start in line with this, maybe coming out a tad. Nah, that's not going to work either. Well, we'll get from there to there, and I'm not sure about the open spot. Horrible, isn't it? We're kind of snookered now because of this. And if we go putting an outer fence here... Oh no, hang on. No, we'll get away with it, guys. Yeah, we will. Here, and straight down. Okay, we'll take a little bit to work it out, but I think we can do it. I definitely don't want another one of those. And it would be somewhere around the center. Yeah. I think we can get this. And then I can put some junk in here. Okay. Now, this is what we'd have to do. See that? It's a perfect size. Oh, that's... What is holding that there? Oh, for goodness sake. It's gonna be some fun lining up this guy, isn't it? There. Okay, I just need to get the lines from these. That's one. Worth a try. Now there's this how we could go with the wicker thing. I think the wicker thing would be too much, to be honest. There's too much wicker here. I'm not sure how we'll get away with the other one, to be honest, but we'll see. Or maybe just one center one. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good here, but yeah, that's a problem there. But the fence will only be going to here, so it wouldn't really make a difference. Here, let's see. But tell me what you think, anyway. I'll give this one a shot. Now, I'd have to obviously line this guy up. And then we could get our little spots here where we stop and start, stop and start. I think it might work. Yemeni cricket. Yeah, see, I need to fill this in anyway. It's pretty naked. Okay. We'll give it a rough one anyway, we'll see. The problem with this is I would have to go kind of first time with this. But I need to get this one in, and then we'll see if this is even feasible. You see how close that is. Let me see this. Here, we'll just put it here for a moment. That's the only way I can come back and look. Okay, okay. Now I'll measure this. If it works out, I'll measure it a lot better. And let's see what it looks like. See, I would need to get this in and then see how far I need to come out with those. Well, let's see. You see what I mean? Oh, okay. You see what I mean? That's not bad, is it? What I want to do is stop and start this so we create a little kind of way in here where the original gates are. With these. I'd have to mark it with a stone. But I needed this in place as well so I'd know where to stop. Yeah, I think it's possible. You know, have these coming in. No, I wouldn't go as far as wickering it. I think that would work, but it definitely needs to be fenced off. Yeah, I think it works for that. And it goes in with all of this as well. And it blends, most importantly, it blends into this. Now, when this is done, obviously, we have a problem on the other side. But we could do something like this. We wouldn't have to worry about this because we have a wall. We could go from here. Here we'd have our little gate here. We could come down and come one square back. And we could kind of measure it so we kind of wind up about there. We could have a little separate paddock here. That would work. Yeah, that would definitely work. Once I get my line in, this will be easy enough. Because I'll tell you why. Once I work out centerpiece here on this is going to take a while to work it out. I could literally carry on all the way. Let's say, well no, we'd have to stop here. We would need a joint here somewhere. But that's definitely our line there, I'd say. Oh yeah. That's the one, alright. Okay. Right. Let's see if I can work this out. This is going to be a head scrambler. Yeah, you see it there. Make sure we get rid of all the stones. And then I'll remove that and then we'll come in with a new one. My biggest problem will be the side one, I'd say. We see how much of this we can get in one clean strip. Okay. Well, they're pretty much okay. So, this won't take too long. But we need our line to be dead, perfect, dead straight. And that wasn't actually a bad guess from there. Okay, so that's a 1. And we need this little guy here. A little bit more complicated, let me see. Don't be like that. There. Oh, hopefully we don't get a rolling stone. And there's a rolling stone. These have gotta be spot on. Especially since they're so close together. God, that's coming out very, very close to the edge, isn't it? Yeah, there's a major flaw on this. Yeah, I don't think this will work. You see this? Here, we can take this out for a moment. It will have to be, I would say, a little tighter. Yeah, it will have to be pushed on that there on the inside, not on the out. Yeah, that's the way it would have to be there, guys. You see that one? So that means this entire line is slightly off. Okay, we can do that again. Well, we can actually... No, we can't really do this in sections. I wonder if we can get a straight line in on this. It's definitely worth a try. Yeah. Let's see if it's actually possible. Oh, this I should have doing from the beginning anyway. Huh. I know, I doubt we get away with that one. Wouldn't that be cool? Ooh. I wonder if that's possible. You know, if we could get away with that one. Oh, we could use that, and if that's the case. Oh, hang on. If we go back one step more, I suppose. Here, let me do that again. Go back one step, allowing us just enough room.
Why is bread so expensive? Because of the taxes or what?
Yeah, okay. Right, let's have a look. Then we'll be going kind of central on this. Yeah. And then I can work out the other line and we can do it something like so. There we go. That would keep us a dead center line. Let me have a look at this. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's it. That's what we need. That's what we need. Okay, we can't do it from this one. We'd have to reload, but we know exactly what we need to do. Run it the full way down, and then I'll work out the other little bits. The beauty of this is I can do this in section by section because we're getting breaks in this. You know what I mean? I won't need to get it all in one straight line. This will be our savior here. Or at least a half. A kind of half one. Yeah, okay. Right, let's give it a shot. I've spent tons of hours, you know, when I'm not streaming doing this, and it's gotten to the stage now where there's no real quests to pick up. But we might try and skip through the seasons, guys. I'll just give this a little run through, and then we'll... Oh my god, I'm on 6 hours. Oh, I need to leave it. Yeah. I'll have it done by the time I come back tomorrow. Just took me a little while to work out what I needed. It's strange when you're doing these, Randy. Another problem you have. I wanted to go with the trees, I couldn't with that. So I go with something else, and the settlement kind of works itself that way. If you know what I mean. The restrictions and the stuff you've got to use. You never really know what it's going to be like in the end. Which is kind of fun, you know. There's, I suppose, a little bit of planning, but not much. Would you believe we wasted 6 hours on that? Well, we did the other quests and that, didn't we? But we got the top part in, that was a biggie. Yeah, that's what I'll do. It took me ages to figure it out. Well, I think it would work, to be honest. This would definitely be the one to work. Well, the only one you'd need tight is the one on this. You'd be coming out maybe at least one square on that, and then you'd be centering it off. The problem with the one square is that's a major problem, isn't there? This is my problem here. Let me see. Let me see, it might not look too horrible. So let's say roughly we blah blah blah, we go with something like that. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, okay, let's say we're running across here. Just as a kind of rough one. And then you're stopping, let's say, there. And then you're trying to squeeze the sky right down the end. We'll have a look at this now, one moment. Get out of the way, NPC. Yeah, see, it will have to come out a lot more. Yeah, okay. Just want to see what this looks like before I go. So you'd want a decent amount of room like that there. Let's see, there's no ground thing to stop it. Yeah, that's good. And this is just a rough look at what I would be going for if I can. You see what I mean? Just getting it perfect would be the thing. Well, obviously the other gate would be there. Oh, there would do as well. It wouldn't really matter. It would be center anyway. So we're talking about that there, and I'll fill it with haystacks and God knows whatever else I can push in. So there'll probably be 2 of those each side. And then you'll be doing something like this. And I'm just going to really put this in really rough. Hey, what's going on there? Don't ask me what's going on with that one. Oh, that's really weird, guys, isn't it? Yeah, this is going to be a right pain in the backside, you know that? So you see what I mean? And that running down there. And then we have our little thingy in here. I think we get away with that. Yeah, nasty, isn't it? There's something strange about the ground levels here, where you can run a line down with no problem and then get that kind of stuff. But I can get around it because I'll be doing this in sections. Because of these. But that's basically the look I'm going for here. Especially here around the trees. We're usually stopping it and starting it. Well, here, let's do this. Well, I can't see why it won't. I see. There's a ground glitch there somewhere, right there. Well, we won't be coming out that far anyway. We'll be coming to about here, so it won't make much of a difference to us. I just pushed it in maybe a little far. And again, a little far. What is up with this thing? I think I might be coming out too far. Whatever. Stupid thing. Once I get my lines up on that, we'll be able to work it out properly. So let's just say that was there. So, that kind of thing. Without this, obviously. But getting it in one straight continuous line. Not as hard as you'd think once you measure it up. Oh, no wonder. I'm all over the place with this. But you see what I mean. Yeah, this would probably work. See, it will be done in stages. You know, and once the first line goes in, that'll be no problem. We got it in no problem the first time. Just got to keep relatively close to this. Yeah, I think it would work. But, yeah, there's something strange in this game, Randy. Like, you could run a line over here, let's say pretty close to some underground rock. Perfect. Goes in perfect. You say, okay, I'll take this out then now. You know, do the other side, then we'll meet up here. You've done a lot of work on the other side, then you try to get this in. And it won't go in. The same way where, let's say, if I was finding it really hard to place a building here, and I eventually got it in. And then say, okay, well, you know, maybe I'll take it out and, you know, because I need to do something here, and then I'll put it back. Nah, won't go back. Sometimes when you get something in one place, that's it. You won't get a second chance. But as long as you don't do a save, all you do is just waste a bit of time. Time is something I have plenty of. Yeah, okay, I'll sort it out, and a little... Yeah, I can sort the decorations a lot better then, but this definitely has to be fenced off. And this is a golden opportunity to do it with this. And that, I don't know what happened there. But I'll have to take that wall out and redo it. It's not that hard. It's pretty easy actually. Yeah, I'll redo the wall. Don't know how I missed that one. But that's it, guys. Yeah. So, hopefully I'll have time today. And get this out of the way, even if I don't get the decorating done. The fencing. Just takes about... I don't have the patience now, but it will take me about 25 minutes to do the marking. And then, you know, bang, goes in pretty quick. But I'll leave it here. I've been on just over 6 hours. I can't believe the time went. I thought I was only on about 4. Oh, but decoration. Sorry, Randy. I'll show you what I was doing for the last couple of days I was off. I eventually got something done with this back guy, but I've been doing junk like this, you know. Putting baskets in with the stones, which took about 20 minutes just to do that basket. Because you've got to throw everything in place and hope it lands correctly. So here we go. I could still do with a little more, and you wouldn't believe how much time it took to do that. You've got to throw them on the table like this. Literally. And then you've got to slowly move them in place. But you can't interact with them after, or the NPCs. Thank God for that. But if you throw something like that on it, it can interact and move the whole thing. Valheim had a different system. You know, where you put in this little kind of stuff and then you can put the ornament, and it was a little easier to do it. But that took forever to do. This here. And of course I gave them somewhere to spend the penny. Oh, this didn't turn out too bad. Of course the road had to be removed and replaced here to get this in. But I'm happy enough with our little tavern. Yeah, it did. Always when you're building. For me at least. It goes really quick. So that's what I was concentrating on there. Mostly. I did that. And what else did I do? Oh yeah, I did the fencing around the mill up there, but that wasn't much. I got a little bit done on this. But I'm not sure if I can get tables on this one, guys. The ground is too it's too steep. I even pushed it with that one, to be honest. This one here. You could throw these into place, to be honest, but that's not me. Yeah. You can see the map I'm more concerned about. It looks pretty decent on the map. All about the map. Now, I might be able to... No, you see the slant? You're never going to get a table in there. There's an awful slant here. It's a miracle I got that in. But I can go with... benches and stuff. Yeah. More of a recreational kind of area than kind of dining area, you know? It is, yeah. It's... Mercifully, it hasn't happened to me yet. But I'm hoping to live long enough so it does. Yeah, that works. But that's the other thing I got in, and I was... Oh yeah, I got the bridge in, Randy. And these are some new flax fields I needed badly. Done that, and got the bridge in. Here. And we've been kind of filling up the junk as well, and that's all I can really do. There's not much else to plow in there. There's only so much of those you're going to get away with. Yeah, I got the bridge in. Nasty little piece of work, and did the rest of the fence. So getting there. Yeah, to live to that age would be a milestone. But living old enough to fall asleep on the toilet is an achievement in itself, isn't it? That's right up there with dying in my sleep. Not a good way to go. Not to see it coming, you know? Yeah, so we'll leave it here. I'm done. I've just done about 6 hours. Well, a little bit over 6 hours. But this is the weekend, so I've got 2 streams back to back. I will be back on tomorrow at the same time. If I get a bit of time on this today, I'll see if I can work this out. If not, we'll just ignore it and I'll leave it for my 2 days off. It could be. I've often done that. I've been lucky enough for it not to happen, but I've sometimes felt like it. Now, if you were intoxicated, it's possible, but it hasn't happened to me yet. Not yet. But I live in hope. But yeah, if you're tired and ill, it could, yeah, definitely happen, of course. And I suppose it has happened to a lot of people. Oh yeah, I remember a friend of mine. He drank 2 bottles of Baileys. Stupidest thing I've ever seen anyone do. It's a horrible drink. It's like a kind of cream drink. Ugh. But he was too long in the toilet. And yeah, he passed out. Well, I don't know if you could call it sleep. But he passed out, so we had to drag him out. Oh yeah. Yeah. Unbelievably bad way to go, isn't it? Yeah, it's a horrible drink. It's okay, you know, little egg cup kind of glass full, I suppose. I don't like it, to be honest. But it was Bailey's, you know. He drank 2 bottles of it. Idiot. And then I think later that night, I was lucky I checked on him in his room. But he was lying on his back and he was getting sick and couldn't breathe and couldn't move. Because he was absolutely passed out. So he would have literally dying. You can die, you know, let's say. It will choke your airways and your lungs. Yeah, I've heard of a few people going that way. So I managed to run in and I turned him on his side and, you know, give him a good few thumps on the back and, you know, turn some water on that. And I literally had to stay up all night watching him. But did he appreciate it? Nah, he didn't. Insanity, isn't it? Yeah, the same guy has problems today. Yeah. Yeah, he had a rough childhood, you know? It seems to always be the way. You know, that kind of thing. Too fond of that and let's say relationships have been pretty toxic for him. But, you know, he seems to pick toxic people as well. That's a pity. But I haven't seen him in ages. You know, we used to be kind of, you know, friendly, let's say, when we were very young. But he was definitely, I would say that downward trend has still gone on. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. I've known people that it happened to. One in particular. Yeah, but excess of that is madness. But yeah, you can drink too much, you know, pass out, get sick in your sleep, lying on your back, you can't move, well, basically you're unconscious, and you'll suffocate. It's pretty much like lethal injection. You know, where they would dose you with chemicals that would shut down your, you know, paralyze you and render you unconscious while it shuts down your organs. Horrible way to go. Horrible, horrible way to go. But enough of that. That was nice and cheerful. So, yeah, I will leave it here, guys. Gotta get some sleep before I pass out. I will be back, of course, tomorrow. Hope to see you all then. We'll do the usual. We'll raid some of our friends. Hopefully someone we know will be streaming. But goodbye, Tojan. Suburban Werewolf, we will. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Also, of course, Randy, Terry, Hufflepuff and Digger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful weekend, ladies. Take care. And to the guys as well, obviously. Of course, there's Suburban Werewolf. Phoenix, he came in a raid, and Suburban Werewolf, Phoenix. Let me see. Yeah, there has been a lot of people talking. And of course, Kazoo. And Jedi, and thanks again for following Jedi. Who did we get the raid from? Phoenix came in on the raid. Can't remember. My apologies, but thanks for the raid, and thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Now, I've missed quite a few, but I'm really dependent on the message board. My memory at this time is not that great, so my apologies, of course, to whoever I might have missed. And again, thanks everyone for being here. My pleasure. Yeah, well, I'll get to it. I could do this and you wouldn't even tell the difference, you know? But it's just a thing with me. And it's not that I have to do it. You know what I mean? I could easily do it. I wouldn't really, just need something to do. And it's nice to get things done right. And this kind of forces me to go another way as well. So that kind of it helps me a lot on the settlement, where you're restricted a bit. If you had everything your own way on a settlement, you'd wind up with probably a square or a grid. And that would be horrible. So it kind of models itself. Yeah. Which is kind of nice, because you don't really know what you're going to wind up with. Obviously, a few decisions we'll make will change it here and there, but it will be mostly influenced by the problems you have. Yeah, there's a lot I would not have originally done here. And now that it's here, I think it looks well, Okay. Right, let's do this, guys. Have a good one, and hope to see you again tomorrow. So, let's see who's out there.